good to be back in person, right, doing events again and all that. So today is going to be great. It's going to move very fast. We're going to cover a lot of ground. Got some great speakers going to be sharing. So it's going to be a strong agenda, and we're going to really have some kind of fundamentals of how to, that way you kind of leave here equipped. One thing you'll do is take notes, which we are. I think we should be recording this. Will you see it? We're doing that recording. Okay, so we're recording this, so we'll be able to get a link if you want to go back and review and all that. So that's good. Okay, so we're going to, you want to take notes. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a break at 11:20. Okay, and we got some snacks and all that out there. So you could, junk food primarily. Okay, but so we'll have some snacks. We're going to close. I have on the agenda close at 1:30. We might get through a little early, which primary speakers like that's doubtful. But we will not go over. I promise you by 1:30 latest we're done. Okay. So but we will have a break. If you need to go to the restroom, probably don't use this door because everybody's going to see it, when you go. But you can just loop around through the hallway and it comes out another door. Just walk past my office and some restrooms are right outside. Just come and get do like that, whatever you need to do. Okay, so especially want to welcome any new people we've got. It's to me, if you're new, something like this will put you months ahead because it'll answer questions before you even think of the question. So that's and also, the great thing to me about our company is being able to learn this business from the ground up. That's the way we teach, from the ground. We assume you know nothing about our company, the business we're in, all that, so which is great. And also for our seasoned people, that have been here, man, this is a perfect opportunity to fine tune, right? And to make those little adjustments to the carburetor and, help you take it to another level. So what we're doing right now, we're doing this with primarily part of most of our first generation RVPs, and we've got some seconds in here. But really our hierarchy, if you look at it, we've got our Canadian group, about 80 RVPs in Canada, and they're running their play. They're doing, we've got some great things happening up there. Then we've got Bill Whittle, one of our guys, one of his codes. And of course, Bill does a fantastic job. Kelly Case, Mark Carl, all those guys are incredible. And then we've got my brother Mike. He's running his play. So there's about 29 of us in this group that we're doing these events. And so it's really going to be, Jill and I really want to focus on helping you hit your goals, whatever they may be. And it's like 28 of us. We've got guys in Ohio, Phoenix, Arizona, South Florida, so kind of all over. So we will be doing Zooms and stuff like that where they can plug in. But anyway, so we're also incorporating kind of, we call it the Futures Group. And this future RVP, we're going to have our first call on Monday night, Monday at 6 p.m. If you should have been invited by your RVP. If you weren't, you may want to get with your RVP and say, hey, look, can I get into that group? Because we're going to start doing a monthly call, pretty much the middle of the month. This will be on the 12th on Monday at 6 p.m. It's going to be powerful. It's going to be a 1-hour call. We're going to have a guest speaker on every week. We'll have a partner segment. We'll be doing recognition for future RVPs and RVPs. So that's going to be a monthly call, and the first one is this coming Monday night, and 6 p.m. So and then we're going to raise up leaders. That's what we're going to focus on. We're just going to focus on raising up leaders and making it happen. And so we're excited about that. Like the guest speaker, I'm going to have a guest speaker on like every month. And their topic is how to become an RVP. I'm gonna give them 15 minutes. And so, okay, coach people, what do they need to do to become an RVP? That's what, it's about raising up leaders, building new VPs is what we're focused on. So, okay, so we got that. Okay, so, one of the things we had, one of the things I really want to encourage you on, we just got back from Broadmoor. If I can move to the side a bit. Just got back from Broadmoor. And, in Colorado Springs, and the company we do 2 trips every year, one in February, one in August. Of course, in August, we usually go somewhere that's cool. I mean, the temp was like amazing. It was like 70 degrees. It was in the 50s at night and low humidity, right? And then in the winter, February, we go to somewhere warm, right? We're going to Baja Mar down to the Caribbean and Bahamas. And so anyway, man, you need to win every one of these trips, right? And you can get online, like Baja Mar is going on right now, the contest, and just figure out what you got to do to win that. Because what happens is you go and you meet new people, other leaders. You also refresh, but you fine tune your game plan. Then you come back home and hit it. So, so anyway, that's going to be incredible. But and you can that's supposed to flip. It's not working. Hang on. Well, tell it. I'll tell you, you might just manually. Okay, but I guess you can just scroll it. You understand what you're. Great job, you're recruiting. That's your role. Yeah, get you a chair. Come on. Okay, but look, you can go on Primerica online and go back and watch all the speeches from a lot of the speeches from Broadmoor. There were 3 phases, and the speakers were phenomenal. We were on phase 2, and it was just incredible. But that's all on Primerica online, and you can go back and glean from those leaders. Let's do the next one. There you go. Okay, you got to get trained up. It's going to take a long time. I only got 10 minutes. I'm kidding. Hey, but guys, look, this is incredible. What just happened with the Investor Business Daily and Market Watch. I mean, when I saw that, I said, wow, that's incredible. To me, it's one of the best things that ever happened to the company. Number 1 most trusted insurance company, and number 3 most trusted financial company. And that's in North America. And guys, what they did is they polled, they did one poll, this is consumers saying that, right? And then they did a larger one to 60,000 people. And that's the result. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, that's better than last time. Anyway, but look at this. Look, okay, make it will work now. Let me see. With what you just did. Look at that. It worked. You fixed it. That's so weird. There was a real miracle right there. Thank you, God. Okay, but look at this rating. Okay, the only 2 financial companies, this was USAA, and they have a very committed, following military primarily, and then Vanguard, and we were number 3. And then look at the companies below us, right? Look at this. I mean, this is hard to see, but if you just look down through here, It's incredible. And then there's an article that they wrote that said, that talked about how Primerica soared to the top, right? And we need to get that article actually and put it in your portfolio and things you use. But you can also share all this stuff on your social media. You can do it on Primerica Online, or you can download the Primerica social app. I just downloaded it last week, free app. Just go to the App Store and it's on there. And and you just actually just capture it and just share it immediately on the social app. Okay, look at this. Okay, three most trusted life companies. Okay, Primerica was number one. The other two, the top three, were New York Life and Prudential. But look at their ratings. Look at this. In the 60s and 70s, look at Primerica. Overall rating, 83.4, right? Quality, 86.5. Ethics, 78.9. Privacy, 86.3. Customer service, 83.3. Look at this. Price, 83.2. Look at that. 65.58. Right? Sensitivity to customer needs, 81. Look at that. And then look at innovation, 84. Innovation, 68.64. Guys, we're getting ready to kill it. What's getting ready to happen in this business? I mean, it's taken a long time to get here. You know, we're 45 years old now, but man, we're still a teenager of a company. But what if we just keep getting better, right? It's going to be great. Okay, the next thing is next gen, the new product, life product. It's almost here. About 45 more days, we're going live with it. So here's the schedule. Okay, so we're doing a beta test, alpha beta, Colorado, and then Arizona. But late October, full production launch on this new product. This product is going to be incredible. When you look at the pricing versus what we're doing, just same production, it's $7.5 million a year less expensive for our clients, right? And so, man, we spent 3 years developing this product. There's nothing like it on the market. So lots of things. So, you know, the best thing when it comes out, the best thing we do is go close 5 transactions, and then you know you'll fine tune it. You know, you'll get it down. But it's just going to be so much simpler. So there's a road show that's everything from Dallas, Atlanta, whatever. That's going to be great. We got webinars starting October 5th, 8th, and the 27th. You can go on Primerica online right now, and you can get, start doing the training on it now. We've got our regional sales managers, that you can tap into, and it's got their phone number, right? And just call them and say, hey, look, I've got a question about this. Okay, this is some more training that is September 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th on, like how to talk about universal life, competition, whole life. And so these are all marketing classes that are going on this month, that you can all plug into. And then the growth, we've got 130,000 licensed life reps, right? But, we're going for 150. And so this, when we get there, they estimate it's going to produce another 600 RVPs, 600 more locations, right? And we need that. We got what, less than 3% of the market. The goal is 10%. So we're really just getting started. So, okay, field training bonus. Man, we need to be using that big time. The other thing too, if you want to become an RVP, by the time you get 30 licensed reps in your business, you're going to be an RVP. So focus on that, 30 licensed reps. And for every additional 30 reps you get, it's $100,000 a year pay increase. I mean, we know our numbers that well now. If you go get 30, I mean, how many people need extra income, right? How many people want to be an entrepreneur, right? And all those things. So anyway, okay. You know, so I think that's it for me. So Dominic, yeah. So let me do this. Let me back. Yeah, I'll leave it there. So Llewellyn's getting ready to come. I've got a couple of things to say. Are you going to plug in on your? You gonna do it on your computer? Huh? Okay. Let me just say this: that really, you know, it really is about building. Okay, and you know, you think about having a builder's mindset. Okay. And you think about how many people out there, like I started to say, you know, want to be an entrepreneur, you know, where they can have the keys, right, to their business on their key ring, right? I mean, that was me. How many people need extra income? That was me. I want to get Jill out of the bank, right? And that was my motivation. I said, man, she hates the bank. She hated working at the bank. She was like cried having to go to work. It may have been, you know, we just got married, so I'm sure it wasn't about me. It was about me. I'm kidding. Okay, so but extra income, you know, or just how many people would like to get the education to manage their own money for their finances, their family, friends? That was me. You know, I remember reading like an article in Money Magazine one day, and it hit me. I enjoyed reading the article, right? But it was also helping me in my business. I was thinking, man, you know, that I can, you know, enjoy doing something, but also I'm learning how to build my business. And then how many people just like helping people? You know, that was me. When I saw this, you know, I had whole life. I knew my sister had whole life. My first cousin, my next door neighbor, you know, I didn't have my financial house in order, and this company showed me how to do that. And so I was just thinking, man, other people I know and care about, I can do that, plus make extra income. And if I'm good, then I could have my own office, build my own company with other companies. So anyway, Lou, you ready? Okay, Llewellyn, let me tell you, this young man is incredible, and I'm sure he'll tell a little bit of his background. But Lou is first generation RVP to my brother Mike, lives up here, and I've just seen him. He is such a student. I think you've read over 400 books now. You know, I mean, it's just incredible. But he has a little presentation he went through with me. And you can talk about your percentages of recruiting and closing business. So he's going to go through kind of his, you know, fundamentals on that. So anyway, I'll give one welcome to us. All these people, when we introduce them, get, you know, stand up, platform, and also use stretch. Okay. Okay. And we got plenty of coffee. Let's shut it on. This is going to be great. So, Lou, go for it. Thank you.
All right. Well, you know, good morning. My name is Llewellyn Gray. I do serve as Regional Vice President here with Primerica PFS Investments. And delighted to be before you all today. First thing first, I would like to say, and you know, I'm nothing without, you know, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I can't say that, and that's the wonderful thing about being a Primerican is that you can, you know, of course, profess your faith. And so that's first. And then number two, my wife, she's not here today, but she, you know, she decided to, you know, take our kids on over to the Little League football game, and I appreciate her for that. First and foremost, but look, that's the best recruit that I ever got. You know, I was talking to these two gentlemen right here in the front. They told me that they're from Louisiana. She was born and raised in Bogalusa, Louisiana. I did indeed meet her as a freshman when I first started this business. I was 19 years old. I was afraid of talking to people. Okay, I was afraid of speaking in front of folks. I was afraid of approaching people, etc. And it sounds like those are some of the key skills that we need to have in order to be good here in this business. You all agree when I say that? All right. And so the cool thing about being here and finding out, of course, I found the Lord here. I did indeed find my wife here. She was the new cashier on Register 13 down there in Walmart. All right. And so she and I, we were working, at Walmart, and I saw she was the new one. And I decided to, get up some of my little gumption to go approach her. And it was because of some of the things that I learned at a Saturday training about the importance of walking over, starting building rapport, use form, and the F stands for where you're from, family, the O, occupation, the R stands for recreation, and the M stands for delivering your message. So I said, you know what? I wonder if this works on the dating scene. So I decided to go right on over to this woman of mine. And then real quick now, I'm gonna tell you, there was smoke everywhere. Okay. The Temptations was playing in the back. I licked my lips and did the area Cool J look good, And I'm gonna be honest, I started approaching this young lady, and then upon getting over there to her, I started getting scared. You know what I'm saying? Something, I'm pretty sure like some of us get scared when we approach that prospective recruit, that prospective client. And so upon approaching her, she started looking at me because one thing about our energy is that it exudes onto other people when we are getting in their vicinity. Y'all agree when I say that? And so I started getting a little scared, and she started looking like, what's up with this dude? And so upon her, finally looking at me, trying to see what's going on, I walked up to her, and everything that I thought I was going to say, I didn't have it anymore. So the only thing I could think of saying was, okay, what's your name? Right? And upon saying, what's your name? And keep in mind, we work at Walmart. We have name tags. Big name tags on the front. So my wife, she looked at it, and she looked back at me, and she looked at it again. And she said, Cassandra? And she said, well, what's your name? And I was like, I looked at mine, and I said, Llewellyn, and that's, of course, the most common name. And so upon saying that, she said, ooh, what you want me to call you? I said, Big Dad. I ain't say Big Dad. I said sugar. And I walked off, she turned red as a, stop sign, and then that was that. Y'all follow me? And then, of course, before we got married in the middle of the night, 10 o'clock. We got married in the middle of the night, really. We were, living together. And see, remember, I said I got saved here, you know what I mean? Because the cool thing about coming here, now I'm from Jackson here, and I'm from the hood in Jackson, okay? When I say the hood, I mean, it was it was tough, okay? My mom, recovering drug addict, my dad was a, drug dealer. And, and so the stuff that I was saying, I wasn't used to coming into a family-oriented environment where the wife didn't work. And then when I saw David and Jill, and I saw Mike and his setup, and I saw here, what they had going on, I said, okay, all right, I need to do this here. So I found the Lord here. And so check this out. So upon getting with my wife, right? And then, she and I, we started doing everything together, so we were living together, we were doing all this stuff. I wasn't saved then. And so, but by plugging in, I started looking at Mike and David. I saw their faith, their walk, and then we decided to get baptized together. Upon us getting baptized together, we said, you know what, we ain't gonna touch each other anymore until marriage. All right. All right, and so, now 2 months went by, okay? All right, 2 months went by, we were living together, so come on, man, I got that tall, light-skinned thing, you know what I mean? And so upon realizing, that flesh weakening, I called my pastor at the time, and it was like 9:30. I said, hey, man, y'all say something about marry or burn or something like that? He was like, yeah, what's going on? I said, man, I ain't gonna make it through the night. He said, you went to church, man. You know what I'm saying? You went to church. You know what I'm saying? So I was talking to this couple here in the back, man, my man right here, he just passed his life license yesterday. I was talking to him and, and I was like, I don't know how many years, been married, but I remember the day, okay? Cause it was August 24th. And so that was, our wedding and that was our honeymoon. Well, I gave her the best 3-4 minutes of my life, man. I'm joking. All right, but anyways, all right, so, but all in all, okay, all right, just to break the ice, all right, we're gonna dive right in and, stuff I have in here in store for you all today. Now, I pray that upon me sharing a little bit about my story here, being afraid to talk to people, going through all those things, and being in a solid environment and figuring out some things and making decisions, that I pray that you all be able to glean from what I'm gonna share with you all today. Now, let me tell you something. Now, for the first, I want to say 3 to 4 years, I wasn't getting any traction in this business. If you all look in the back of the room back there, this guy here, his name is Mario Edwards. He's the #1 district in the state of Mississippi last month in premium production. But check this out. I came to him 7 years ago, all right? And I came to him. He was a basketball coach at Yazoo. I played basketball in Lanier High School here in Jackson. And so I recognized him because he was a coach when I was playing. All right. And so upon seeing him, of course, I approached him about the business and he gave me the 2-pack. And he was like, because I suck. To be honest, the presentation game wasn't up. Okay, that's what we're gonna be talking about today. I wasn't confident. I didn't have a track record. You see what I'm saying? And so, and the one thing about it was that, of course, he said no, right? But I started following up with, because we're gonna have a panel today. We're gonna be hearing from the great Jim Hass, David, and then he wants me, of course, to sit on that too. But we're going to be talking about prospecting. And so when it came to prospecting, which brings me over to what I have to share with you all today here, I'm going to share my screen for those in Zoom land. All right, so hold on 1 second.
This blue. Are they ever be able to see your?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
You know what? Let me
All right, so you all on Zoom can see it, right? So they should be able to see what's on Zoom too. Yeah, what's up, Craig?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, why they can't see it? Oh, there it is. All right, so y'all see the screen? Everyone see the screen? Yeah. Okay, bro. All right, so. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, so decided to prospect this guy, and as far as follow up, all right, and this may be a tidbit that you can definitely take with you is when I was following up with him, I asked for permission, okay, to follow up with him, okay. Now, one thing about it is that usually, have you ever had someone, instead of telling you no, they just didn't answer the phone anymore, didn't text you back? Y'all ever had that before? Okay, all right. Now, usually people are afraid of confrontation and they're afraid to tell people no. That's why there's a great book by Dr. Blunt, Blunt or something like that, called Boundaries, because one of the things that Christians usually have a problem with is telling people no because they quote unquote supposed to be the good people, right? All right, and so, but the thing is, usually when someone gets up enough nerve to tell you no, you come right up behind that and ask them for the permission to follow up with them. They 99.9% of the time, they're going to tell you yes. Y'all follow me on that? All right, so he told me no, and I said, okay, great. I said, is it all right if I can follow up with you from time to time? He said, yeah, it's cool. I said, great. Well, look, I'm gonna follow touch bases with you in about 6 months or so to, see if anything changed. And then what you do, you take your phone out and you put in your reminders, call Coach Edwards, and then you put it 6 months from today, right? And so down the line, when you're doing your thing or whatever, and then when that reminder goes off on your phone, what are you supposed to do? Give them a call. And so when you give them a call, this is usually what I say, okay? I say, hey, Coach, what's going on? This is Llewellyn following up as promised. All right, that's a key thing right there, as promised. The reason why you want to say as promised is because this is a technique called like being a man of my word technique. I call it that at least. And I found out that the reason why people, especially salespeople for that matter, the reason why they don't follow up with people is because they don't want to come off as worse. They don't want to feel like they're badgering someone. They don't want to feel like they're bothering someone from time to time. But if you ask for permission, and then you remind that person, hey, I'm doing what I said as promised, what usually takes place on that person that you're following up with mine? What usually takes place? They're like, you know what? This person right here is someone of integrity. This is someone that does what they say they're gonna do. Y'all follow what I'm saying? Yeah. It may not put it on the forefront of their mind, but subconsciously, they're gonna be hearing that. So of course, say, hey, coach, following up with you as promised, doing my due diligence on the follow-up side. I know I told you that I was going to be following up, and so I just wanted to check the temperature, so to speak, see if you warmed up to the idea of either A, being a client, B, referring some folks to me, or C, go ahead and get these licenses. How we looking? You see what I'm saying? Y'all follow me? And then he can say, oh, you know, still doing what they'll say. Okay, great. Well, look, coach, I understand the timing ain't right for you. Is it all right if I follow up with you in the next 6 months or so to see if anything changed down the line? And what do you think he said? Absolutely. And when he said yes, boom, put it in my phone. 6 months later, follow up. I did that with that guy for 7 years. Y'all follow what I'm saying? All right. And so, and then he got 7 years. Right. Y'all follow what I'm saying here? Did that for 7 years, okay? And then so upon getting in front of him, you know, I got him on the phone, you know, maybe like 2 months ago. Timing was right in his life, right? And then look, I got a track record now. I'm able to say, hey, coach, check this out, man. I just want, you know, I'm making 100K now. When I was talking to you back then, I was making $100. That is different. You see what I'm saying? Hey man, I'm gonna tell them with your track record, man, you come, I mean, with what you got going on with credibility, your discipline, your diligence, understanding how, you know, your people skills, man, you come over here and you go through the training, okay? I'm big on training, all right? And now I know, and that's what I'm gonna be talking about today. You know, it's a lot of motivation going on. Let me tell y'all something. If you ain't good, you ain't good, okay? All right, and so I said, hey, coach, I think it'll be a great time. You know what I mean? And you know, he said, you know what, I'm gonna give it a shot. But see, now I'm a little bit better. Follow me? Now I understand what I'm about to show you all today. All right, and so upon getting with them, made them a client, you know what I mean? Upon making them a client, then showed them, of course, the you know, the income opportunity, and then in potential, and that he would have, and then I found out what it is that he wants. What he wants to get out of the classroom, he wants to come full-time, wants to be a regional vice president, wants to do his own thing. I said, great, got the avenue for him. Found it out his first week license with us, he made $1,100. All right. And then this past month right here, he wrote it right at about 8,000 in premium, and he got him 2 recruits, and then of course he got a district leader promotion. Y'all following? So let's give him a round of applause for that. So he did around $8,000. I wrote around 12,000 in premium. So we did collectively as a team. You know, we did right at about 23,000 last month in premium, and we got like 3 recruits. All right. And so, but check this out. Now, one of the things that I'm real big on. Now, I went a long time without, you know, if you ain't really, when it comes to leadership. I'm like this in my household and everything, okay? I'm not gonna tell you to do anything that I'm not doing. I'm not gonna tell my kids to make their beds up and they in my bed ain't made up. That makes sense? I'm not gonna tell my son, okay, look, I don't need you cussing and doing those things, and I'm around here doing all the same things. Y'all follow me? And so same thing in this business. All right, I hear people say all the time, well, these recruits don't want to do anything. These folk not doing it, these not committed. Well, in order to attract the perfect recruit, we have to be the perfect recruit. Y'all agree when I say that? All right. And so the thing is, people should be inspired by our work ethic, our skill level, our competence, our confidence, and everything that we have associated with this business so that we can really get some things going. So real quick, so what I have in store for you all today, I have like a 2-3 slide ordeal. I'm gonna go through a mock example real quick of my presentation. They gave me like 30-something minutes or something. My presentation like 5 to 10 minutes. All right. So that all that I just said, that was just fill that time. All right, so real quick. All right, so real quick here. All right, now this is the thing. I played ball. I wasn't, you know, this is as big as I've ever been in my entire life. You know, we was you know, the #1 team in the state when I was playing in high school. We was the top 5 team in the nation. Okay, I couldn't run, jump. I couldn't do anything. I was very skilled though. I used to come early, I used to come before practice, stay late, shoot extra shots, sneak out of my grandmother's house, go down to the park, and I used to shoot shots before school. She said it was dangerous down there. She didn't want me to go. I used to sneak out, go shoot extra shots, come act like I was in a bed, sleep, and then go to school so we can practice. I had to do that to make the team. Y'all follow me? All right. I had to do that to make the team. And so now if you look at it, people say this all the time, what I mean? You show up, everything's gonna be great. You can't say the wrong thing to the right person and all that. Yes, you can. You really can. My wife is the right person, and I can say the wrong thing and mess the entire mood up. Y'all follow what I'm saying? You see what I mean? So the thing is, if we don't get this business is all about words, discipline, and some organization. And if we don't have those things and we're not saying things properly and doing all that stuff, we can't do it. Just won't make it. So I decided, David made mention about reading some books and all that stuff. But look, these fundamentals here, this is pretty much the business. If you get these down, and then if you can grade yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, where you at when it comes to these skills, I think that'll help you assess, okay, where you at right now, what you need to be working on, what you need to be looking at, so that you can get better, so that you can grow your income and all that. And then ultimately, come on, let's face it. If you're growing your income and you're trying to talk to somebody about making an extra $1,000, $2,000 a month, it's a lot easier. Y'all agree when I say that? Right. It's a lot. All right. So look, first thing first, you heard me talk about it already with my example with Coach right there. Prospecting and setting appointments. I got this from Hector Lamarck. David Landry talks about this stuff all the time. But prospecting and setting appointments, I'm kind of technical in structure and action on the STAR thing with as far as personalities. Mine is action and structure though. Follow me? It's, and I'm the low key kind of technical. So David tells his stories, and when I hear his stories, I look for these things right here in them. I look for the scripts. He always say, nothing may come from it, but you never can tell. Y'all ever heard him say that before? All right. Or he may say, how does that sound? When he asks you to do something. He said, hey, Llewellyn, I need you to come up here and help Craig set up the room and clean up the room and all that stuff. How does that sound? It sounds good. See, but that's a sales technique though. Right? Y'all follow me? That's a sales technique that he uses. So as far as prospecting and setting appointments, first thing first, whenever you sit down with a new recruit, or if you do it on a weekly basis, you need to put together a list of prospects. Now, when it comes to prospecting, the name of the game is to obtain names and numbers. How do we get names and numbers added to our list? Okay. All right, and it's various ways. Referrals, okay, cold market. See, usually when people hear prospecting, they think I gotta go door to door, I gotta go to the mall, and I gotta go walk around and hit people's buggies and stuff like that. No, that's a form of prospecting. It's called cold market prospecting. Okay, all right, but the best place to prospect is through the new recruit, through the warm market of a new recruit. Okay, and so that's why when you working side by side with your new recruit and you helping them put together their list of prospects, that's key there. But then number 2 is setting appointments. I was talking to Coach. See, Coach Edwards that I just made mention of. He knows a lot of people. Okay, he's coached for years. He was a ball player himself. He was one of the top guys in the state when he played in high school. He went to play college ball, so people knew him. So he felt that just because folks know him, that he can ask directly over the phone, hey, won't you come get a life insurance policy with me? Hey, won't you come work? No, I was like, Coach, hey, no, man. I said, would you jump out of an airplane without a parachute for $2 million? Most people, what you think most folks would say to that question? No. All right. I say, so what about your friends, family, etc.? You think they'll jump? No. All right. Well, look, who said we were flying? What if I told you that the plane was right there on the ground? You jump out 2 feet, bam, there's your $2 million. All right. And see, but the reason why you thought that the plane was in the air was because of the words that I used, right? You assumed we were flying because I said flight, airplane, parachute, etc. So the same way that you can put people in a position where they'll miss out on $2 million, you'll put people in a bad situation where they can miss out on a great opportunity to come work at this wonderful company. I found Christ and stuff here, man. Look at this. I'm married, got keys and everything off of it. Y'all following me? Making some money? All that, they'll miss out on the opportunity because of the words that you use. So one of the things we talk about is make sure that we sell the appointment. I say, hey man, if you ain't selling the appointment, if you're not looking to set appointments with these folks, then you miss out on the opportunity to make them become either a client, a recruit, a referral base, or some combination of the three. If you just call and say, hey, you want to buy some life insurance, brother, they buy some life insurance and they go on the way. Now you're missing out on the opportunity to prospect by getting names and numbers from referrals, or possibly recruit them and have them put together their prospect list and work with them through the natural warm market. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. So setting appointments is key. Have to be able to do that not only with warm market, cold market folks, but also with referrals. I used to get referrals and didn't call them because I didn't know what to say. So you definitely need to get those lists down. All right. Number 3, effective presentation. That's what we're going over today. A question-oriented presentation that moves people towards being a combination of the 3 things I mentioned: recruit, client, referral base. You know, like I said, some combination of the 3. And have to be able to overcome objections. All right, overcoming objections. Let me tell you something. All right, I listen to on HectorLamarck.com, or you can go to SoundCloud and type in Hector Lamarck overcoming objections. And what I did, he has like 35 of them. I found the most common objections, and it's like 15 of them I want to think about it. I'm not a salesperson. Are y'all a pyramid? All that type of stuff. You need to know how to graciously overcome those objections so that people can make an intelligent, informed decision to become a client referral based on some combination of 3. So that's why so I listen to that every day to this day. If I show you all the amount of plays on my Apple Music, I've listened to overcoming objections over the last 8 to 9 years, upwards of 6,000 times. Y'all follow? So I wasn't worried about what Coach had to say to me because I was ready for him. Y'all follow me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on SoundCloud. I'll put it up here. I'll pull it up here and say. All right, but it's on SoundCloud, and I got it. And he's been listening to it 1 or 2 times a day, because if you don't get good, you won't get good. I was talking to my man. He said, "Man, I want to go full time with this thing. What advice you have for me?" Get great. Because if you're not great, you're going to be scared, and then and that's the cool thing about Primerica. You can be part-time here, have a job, and so you don't come off as an anxious salesperson trying to get somebody to do something. You see what I'm saying? Right. But if you're great and you're confident and all that, everybody can tell it. Y'all can tell I'm confident about this thing, can't you? Yeah. If you can't, boy, you better ask somebody. You know what I'm saying? So but it's because I'm not special. You know what I mean? I just don't watch that much TV. I don't watch all that other stuff. Now I'd rather I started off reading. Well, I tell you, it was 2 pages a day, because I used to fall asleep when I used to read a book, 2 pages a day. Now we got that thing up to 50 pages a day. I read 50 a day, and I can get 1 to 2 books done with. Y'all follow me? So that's why I'm confident in this thing. But you can too, all right? So check this out. Mastering the products. I focus on term life and investments when it, my base. So, but those 2 are, in my opinion, are like the, hamburger and fries, hamburger and fries here. And so you have to know the benefits associated with our products so that you can help someone make a change, all right? I had someone that not too long ago, like a week or 2 ago, they were paying more. I mean, they came over here and they're paying more for the same coverage. Y'all follow? They're what they coming over here, they're paying more money per month for the same coverage with us, because I was able to get them to understand the importance of making the transition, the benefits associated with our policy, and the fact that ours don't convert the whole life, right? You can have a State Farm more deal, it converts the whole life. You can have Army, with the military, SGLI, BGLI, if you know that stuff is underwritten by Prudential. Yeah. It's a 5 year, it goes up every doggone year. You gotta be able to show that stuff to them. And that's how you gotta do, work on mastering the products. All right, recruit across KT, recruit across Zoom. Okay, you gotta be able to recruit them. Upon recruiting them, fundamental number 7, of course, is making sure you take them through the fast start or your orientation. Okay. When I say fast start orientation, whatever it is to get them to feel comfortable enough with you to understand promotions, understand the income, but just basically get them comfortable enough with you to the, thank you so much. But all right, so get them comfortable enough with you so that they can sit down with you and put together a list of prospects. Either you teach them through, role play, or they watch you. Me personally, I set the appointments now for my clients, and for my recruits, and I have them watch via Zoom, okay, while I'm setting up appointments on their behalf while they watch. Does that make sense? In their market. So I like to control the point of contact, and I'm the best person doing that. So they need to see how to do it, and they ain't that scared. They're like, oh, I don't want that bad loot, just set the appointment up. Then they're gonna see an effective presentation because they're shadowing you, right? And then you're gonna overcome their cousin's objections, go through the process, making them clients, and then recruit their cousin for them, and then get the cousin started. And then now you got a list of prospects you can take through the same process over and over and over and over and over. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now, so whatever story someone tells, whatever somebody says, you can do it and all that. Hey, we'll go right there and ask, okay, what are the skills here with this thing? Okay, what is he talking about? David, he tells his stories and what he's saying, but he be going through those 7 fundamentals all the time, but he really don't say them specifically. He can tell the story. Y'all follow what I'm saying? Yep. All right, so now you know what you're looking for, etc. All right, so cool. So look, this guy right here, I don't know if you all know who he is, but he's an author named Anthony Iannarino, okay? And he's the contributing author in the Success magazine for the sales column. And he has a blog called the Sales Blog, and he puts out content every single day. Every day, like every day he has content, he sends it out, he sends it straight to your email. I've read all his books. He just had a new one come out this month, hadn't got it yet, but really good stuff. Okay, I heard about him through Hector Lamarck. He made mention of the guy on some of his work, and I've been following him ever since. So check this out. I'm going somewhere with this right here. David wants me to just touch on the fact that, okay, I'm in a special, my generation is a little bit, is that special generation, okay? All right, we're the one, I'm 35 years, I'll be 35 this month. All right, I was around where we didn't have cell phones and all that stuff. We had, a couple channels. You had cable, you had more, but you didn't, you had 5. You see what I'm saying? I saw that, and then I saw Facebook and all that stuff. So I'm like right in the middle.
What's the last name? Anthony what?
I'll show you. Iannarino, and it's Iannarino. Okay. All right. So now Anthony Iannarino, and this is there you go. That's his name. All right. And so he's been. But anyway, I saw, Facebook and all that stuff. And so I studied. Now, let me tell you something. I love everything about what we teach here in Primerica. I love the rule of 72. I love the theory of decreased responsibility. I love debt snowballing. I love our F&As. I love every single thing about it. And one of the things that I found out, I used to go and sit down with people and go through all that stuff with them. For about, my appointment used to be like 2 hours. Y'all hear what I'm telling y'all? And things changed, and I started reading these books and stuff like this. And this guy here, he's been talking about the modern sales approach. And what he said, what he talks about, you see here, it says right here, there are 3 generations of sales approaches being used today. The first is the legacy approach. And the legacy approach is when you build rapport, talk about the credibility of your company, then talk about all the stats on why your company is relevant, and then show all the things that your company does, and then ask for a commitment at the end. Does that sound familiar for us as Primericans? That's how we've been doing it for years. And I was like, and so he talks about the most effective approach is called the consolidative approach. I was talking to Tom Smith down in Hattiesburg. He's a 300K earner. He does a lot of investments. And one of the things he said, well, he said, now that you think about it, he said, man, I can't tell you the last time I really just went over the rule 72 and everything with my investment fund. He was like, he said, I'm ashamed of saying that. He said, but it's really about trust, and they trust me and they believe in what I'm telling them and all that. A lot of times people don't want to hear all that. They just believe, they believe in you. I was like, but what he was saying, I had read all this stuff in these books and stuff in the sales book. You follow me? And so me being a natural educator, I love teaching people and I love to see the light bulb go off. But let me ask y'all something. How many times you went over the rule of 72 and all that with someone? And then you got back with them, say, you remember rule of 72? They're like, hey, man, no, I don't remember that. How many times? How many times? Or what about those personalities where they like, hey man, come on man, just hey, look, I just hey, just what you got, show them what you got and all that. Boom. Have y'all come across those folks in the business? All right. And then when you try to go through your legacy approach, that's actually one of the he named on this last blog here, he named the 7 sales mistakes that people have today. Is like you're not matching up your approach with the person's personality. Y'all follow me? All right. Now, some people now, I love it. I think the fundamentals and the basics and all that, I'm big on it. All right. Now, and I love coming across those folk who want to inquire about more. Y'all follow me? Because I get a chance to do what I've been conditioned to do and love to do for the most part. And that's educate, teach, go over and all that. All right. So, but upon reading this stuff here and talking to, some of the leaders around, I realized that, okay, a simpler approach in today's time. Now we've moved to Zoom. 95 to 98% of my appointments are now done on Zoom. So you got people on their phones, leaning back on their couch, listening to us. Oh my goodness. You follow me? All right, so check this out. So check this guy stuff out. I think, so I'm trying to make a case here, especially, I see we got I know we have, folk here in the room like David, who, that's what he did. He was part of the 50-year-old, the legacy approach, all right? And so, and all that. So look here. So if you look here at my KT now, this is my actual screen, okay? You see I have folders for everything. I have an overview folder. I have my system, my kitchen table stuff and all that, all right? If you look here at my presentation, all right, I used to have the 1-page ordeal on here, but to me, it was a kind of tough scrolling up and down and all that stuff on here on the screen. So I decided to use under kitchen table. Now look at under kitchen table. You see all the stuff I got? Okay. I had that used to be my 1-page, all that. But look, I have this presentation. This is what I'm about to go over with you. It's 4 slides. Okay. It's a credibility slide. And I took out my stats and all that, and I have an example of a family that we help. And this is called a consolidative approach, right? All right, the consolidative approach is basically like what happens when we all go to the doctor. In layman's terms, you tell them what's wrong with you, they ask you a bunch of questions, and they go look at the chart, and they come back, diagnose you, and say, hey, take this prescription, you're gonna be all right. And then they send you a bill, okay? All right, that's the consolidative approach if you look at it in doctor's terms. Hey, but if you think about it though, who do we trust a lot of times not helping our doctor? You know what I mean? All right, and if you think about it, David, man, you friends with your doctor. I've met his doctor, he got his heart doctor, all type of doctors and stuff like that. And he trusts him. I'm pretty sure that doctor is not breaking down what artery needs to be this and what. He ain't breaking all that down. He's finding out what he needs, giving him what he needs, and sending them on and making sure he's building a relationship with him. Okay. So basically, if you notice, so the approach, I call it the bite-sized principle. So we go over this here, and then when it's time to do their mutual funds, though, all right. When I do mutual funds, since people don't remember the mutual fund and all that stuff, anyways, I have a presentation just for when it's time to do a mutual fund. So I do get a chance to do what I love. I go over the rule of 72 and what a mutual fund is and all that stuff too, when we set that up. But all my new people, Edwards and all those guys, they're doing this simple 1-page ordeal. Initially, he's not securities licensed. So when it's time to talk about securities, bring me in, I'm gonna go over the rule of 72 and all that stuff. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, and then for my clients, I do a concept overview. I call it Tuesdays from 6 to 6:30. All right, good. So 6 to 6:30. And so there I go over everything, rule of 72 and all that. But who's the best person in the base shop going over that stuff? I ain't. So they get to hear all the wonderful financial principles from me, not from my part-time guy who just started last week talking about he gonna change the world as an investment advisor. He don't know nothing. No. You don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? So look, so check this out. So real quick. All right, so if we get on here, all I'm gonna do here is just touch on this and I'll be done.
Hey, but go through.
All right, y'all can see that? Y'all can see it. Okay, cool. All right, so if I'm talking to, what's your name? Henry. All right, so Henry, this is my man right here, Henry. I'm talking to him, and let's say I'm field training John. Okay, if I'm field training John, I'm saying, hey, Henry, all right, this is how I set the appointment up with, so you can kind of understand. Because I was telling Edwards, now if this stuff don't go together, the appointment is weird. Y'all following? You know, I don't know if you've been on a field training appointment and they told them everything in life and it's weird, and now you getting there and they like, you trying to, you know, it has to flow. So this text message that I have them saying, I have, let's say I have John, I'm field training John. I say, John, send this text message to your friend Henry. This is what the text message says. It says, hey, John, look, I'm going into financial services, not trying to get you involved in anything, but I get credit for watching my trainer Lou do a couple of Zoom presentations with folks. Do me a favor and answer the phone when he calls. Thanks. If that's his best friend, what he's supposed to say to that? He's supposed to say sure. All right. So he says yes. John sends me his cell phone number. I call Henry. I say, hey, Henry. I said, what's up, man? This Henry? People like, yeah, this Henry. I said, yeah. I said, this Lou. I said, you know, we have a mutual friend and you got John. Did he let you know I was gonna be calling you today? And he's like, oh yeah, he did. But let's say he said no. He's like, no, I ain't tell him. I said, oh, well, look, man, John be tripping, man. I told John to make sure he called. So I apologize for the random call out of the blue. But see, did he tell you that he was going into financial services or anything like that? Did he tell you?
Yeah, he mentioned it.
He mentioned that? Okay, great. Well, look, this is the thing. John, I'm super excited about doing some work with him. You know, I'm set to be his trainer. See, he's about to be studying, you know, for his license through the state. Where y'all from? Louisiana? Yeah, through the state of Louisiana in both life insurance and investments. And see, the thing is, though, he gets credit towards his license for watching me go through a couple of Zoom presentations with prospective folks. And he felt like he had enough credibility with you, Henry, that you wouldn't mind helping him out by sitting through one so he can get credit. Was he right in assuming that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, look, I'm set to train John tomorrow, both tomorrow and Wednesday. Which one of those days you think will work for you?
Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday, cool. All right, what time? 6 or 7?
7.
Okay, 7, great. Well, look, I don't want you to feel, you know, weird about hopping on or anything like that, because though we are in life insurance and investments, we ain't gonna be trying to get you to swipe your debit card or anything like that. You know what I mean? So I don't want you to feel weird about hopping on. But this is the thing. All we ask is that you be in a, you know, just be somewhere where you have limited distractions. All right? Be somewhere you have limited distractions. Have you a tablet where you can write some notes down and ask us some questions. And if you do see something that you know want to look into, all right, the cool thing about it is we'll just get together another time. It's just that the more questions you ask me, the better it's gonna be for John. Is that cool with you?
Fair enough.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Well, look, upon getting off here, I'm gonna text you my name, Zoom information. Anything change, you let me know. And you know, and once again, I thank you so much for helping us out. Y'all see that right there? Boom. So now we have a what? KT set. So now the stage is set for my presentation. They're gonna want field training. Y'all following? All right, so walk in, well, not walk in, Zoom. All right, so I'm on Zoom, of course, do the same form stuff, you know, get to know them, laugh, joke a little bit, all that stuff. All right, and so I said, well, look, I'm here for 3 reasons. You know, of course, we do these, number 1, so I can get John trained like I made mention to you. That's number 1. Number 2, I'm pretty sure that you know some people who John don't know. So upon seeing what it is that he's going to be doing, you will be in a situation where you can send people his way. So that'd be fantastic. You still cool with that, right? Sure. All right, and then last but not least, like I told you on the back end, you just so happen to see something you want to look into, we'll just get together another time. Is that fair enough? Okay, great. All right, why did I do that right there? All right, yeah, so we set the stage so the pressure can what? Go down, and now his walls can come down and he can be more receptive to the message that we do. All right, so upon doing that, and notice that, number one, y'all heard us say, how does that sound? Do you agree in all of those are what you call mini commitment getters, okay? Or mini closers. And when you get yes momentum in your presentation, when you get to the end, it's a whole lot easier to help, help a person make a good decision to go ahead and become a client. All right, so you got to get yes momentum. And then when you're on Zoom, do your head like this when you say it to me. All right. All right. So, all right. So now look, so this is the thing, Henry, check this out, man. You heard of us before? You heard of us?
No.
Oh, you hadn't? Okay, cool. Well, look, I've been associated with the firm for now 15 years, but I'm not going to bore you with too much of the details. Just know that, you can indeed Google us. And I know, when it comes to Forbes, and they're like the name brand of everything money. You heard of Forbes, right? And you see here, they got us down best insurance company, we're a New York Stock Exchange company, etc. So if you look here, been in business since 77, and we got millions of clients. So based on what I've touched on so far, you agree when I say that, hey, we got some credibility being that John's coming to work with us. I've been here 15 years, and Forbes say we're the best. You agree when I say that? All right, so what did I do there? All right, get the credibility. And I say, hey, I let them know you can Google us, right? All right, and then I got the Forbes ordeal here. All right, and then I hit, hey man, been around since 77. Your boy John, he with us. Okay, I'm with him. All right, you like me to a degree, all right, because we got to know each other. Cool. All right, so this is the thing though, Henry. All right, now basically what we do, we put together these proposals for families, all right, and we show folks how to basically separate their life coverages from their savings, because most times when we sit down with them, they have them bundled together. All right. And so this is a, quick ordeal. This is an example of a family that we help, and that I'm gonna cover here with you. Okay. All right. So, but before I dive into that, first question I have for you, just for example purpose, are you just so happen to be doing life coverage with anyone right now, or you just hadn't got around to that? What would you say, for example?
I just have coverage through work.
Okay, great. All right, fantastic. All right, and then on the flip side of that coin, now we know when it comes to saving for retirement, etc., people just aren't doing the things necessary to get where they want to go there. So for an example purpose, if I was to ask you, are you saving all the money you want to save, or do you want to save more? What would you say to that question? Definitely want to save more. All right, so just looking here at this example here. All right, this is all I have for you today. Okay. All right, and this is the thing, most folk that we sit down with, they have this product where they have some life insurance, they have a savings account attached to it. Going in there, cash value, universal life, whole life, and all that. So if you look at this quick example here, you see they have $150 on each, no coverage on their children, they're paying $298 a month for it. All right, and notice that the cash value or the savings account that's attached, we got some question marks there, because it's just two things that I want you to know about this today here. You hear me? Yep. All right, and the first one being, all right, number one, have you ever heard someone say they can borrow against their life insurance before?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, and then on top, so when people say that, they don't borrow against their insurance, they borrow against their own savings, and they got to pay it back. That's number one. And number two, and upon death, the company gives them the life insurance, but then they keep the savings. So people pay for two things, but they only get one. So all we do, we show folks how to take the same cash outlay. You see, they were paying $298. We taught them how to take the same, we showed them how to take the same $298. We put together that proposal. We found out what they needed, and we found out that they needed $300,000 a piece worth of coverage. We also put 25 on each child. We did it for a third of the cost. We did it at $123 a month, as opposed to the $298 that they were saving, that they were putting out, saving them $175 a month. Is that a big deal or a small deal for that family?
It's huge.
That's huge, right? All right, and see, now look, remember I told you that John is getting an insurance license, and he's also getting an investment license. So instead of having their savings bundled together, tied up with their insurance, what we showed them how to do, we taught them how to take that 175 a month savings. We taught them how to set that up as an IRA or whatnot. And we put that in an interest-bearing account called a mutual fund. And we did it so from age 35 to 70, there's $518,000 in savings. And if they died on this side of the spectrum, they get both the insurance and the savings because they're in two different places. They have nothing to do with each other. So my question to you is, if you had the choice, so basically see that we're teaching people to pay for two things and get two, as opposed to paying for two and only get one. So if I ask you here, which program would you want? Would it be the A side? Let's say, like if you bought a pair of shoes and you pay for them and then they take a shoe out, all right? And they go to here. If you buy a pair of shoes, they give you both of them. So if I ask you which program would you want, would it be the A side or the B side? Which one would you want?
B side.
Now, I talked to you a little bit about, doing, maybe doing some work with us. Let's say that was a conversation that took place during rapport building stage. Now, if you shared this with 10 reasonable families, how many out of 10 do you think will make a transition from the A side to the B side? How many?
All 10.
Over all 10, if they're reasonable, right? All right. So if I was to ask you, for example purposes, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest, how would you even rate your desire to become properly protected and financially independent, meaning having enough money saved so you don't have to work anymore? What would you say to that question?
10 out of 10.
10. Well, being that you said 10, that means you will be motivated to have one of these complimentary proposals that we put together for families. And so what I'm going to do, and there's going to be great training for John. I'm going to ask you about 8 to 10 questions about your goals, and then we're going to gather that information. We're going to get back together and then at another time. Is that fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right, cool. All right, pause. All right, now did you all see what I did right there?
Yep.
All right, so now, as much as I love in breaking down the rule of 72 and theory and decrease responsibility and all that stuff, I asked him the key questions. He sees what we're doing. Right. And then I found out, pretty much what he has going on. Does he want to save more money?
Sure.
All right. Does he have a need for our life insurance? Absolutely. And then of course I found out, if he wanted, he kept his options open, but I didn't cover that. All right. So as I conclude, and I'm gonna bring up David here, because I'm right at the time. Yeah. And so this is the thing. I put together a questionnaire, and this questionnaire is a little one-page back and front questionnaire. But if you can read, you really can close. That's how I wanted my See, Mario, he's able to close because Mario don't know anything about anything. Y'all follow? No. All right, but he can read. He can read. So I wanted him. Because he used to be, when I was coming up in the business, of course, he used to be so nerve-wracking asking for the check or asking someone to say, like, so do you want to do it? And it used to be weird. It is scary. So I said, man, you know what? I need to find something that works. I'm going to put it on the doggone script, and that's what I'm going to use every time, and I'm going to teach it to everybody. Okay? All right, so here it is. This is my sheet. This is what I said. I got it from here it is. Question. All right. This is a little questionnaire. And so now Henry, he said, so that usually takes 5 to 10 minutes what I just did with him. All right. And the reason why I'm doing it so fast and trying to get here, this to me is the most important thing because this is how he tells me what's wrong with him. If I'm the doctor-patient relationship, he gonna tell me what's wrong with him. And this is how I'm able to assess his needs to the degree that I can either come back and put together something, or we can go ahead and make them at least a life client tonight. Because I like to do it in steps. I'll make a life client first so I can get with them and go over the Rule 72 and all that for the investment. All right. And so, like I said, it's called a Consolidative Approach. This is really pretty much abbreviated version of the Lamarck system. If you ever go check that out, this is pretty much what Ed Lamarck teaches. All right, so look, you look at retirement, you ask them the retirement stuff. These are really closing questions too. All right, and the cool thing to me, I still use the sheet because it's not like I'm asking these questions. It's like it's somebody else from Primerica's headquarters got us asking these questions. And I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do because this is my job, and I'm just asking you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now it takes all that pressure off of you as the agent, and it makes it a comfortable thing, and they can go along with it. So I asked him, I said, hey man, hey Henry, so is retiring well important enough you would commit setting aside some cash for it every month? Yeah, absolutely. I just said, all right, are you currently saving retirement at the job? Yep, okay, great. All right, you kind of find that information out. All right, so do you all have retirement funds from a previous employer? For my investment guys up in here, you know, hey, what am I'm setting up when I'm asking that question? Roll over, baby. All right, and then it says, if yes, have you, so let's say he has a 401k, the old job, which a lot of people do. You know, everybody's switching jobs left and right. All right. It's like, have you rolled that over into a personal account yet? No. Okay. All right. And when they say no to that, that's when you say, well, look, let me ask you something. If we can put something together where it has a longer track record, it grows faster, it's safer, and you can have access to it without having to write a note and ask permission to get it, would that be something that you would be open into doing?
Yes.
Absolutely. Who will say no to that? So now I just got my commitment from a rollover. Make sense? All right. Then I asked them down here, if we can put together a savings solution here, that if me and John can put together something, I'm making sure I'm bringing John in the equation because I want him to know that John is getting credit for this and all this stuff, right? All right. So if John and I can put together a savings solution that improves your current program, would you be interested in it?
Definitely be interested in looking at it.
Definitely interested in looking at that. Okay, great. All right, boom. All right. Now, usually I kind of dig a little deeper because I heard him say, looking at it. All right, we ain't trying to look at it. And so he say, looking at it. I'm like, okay. All right, well, he said, yeah, you will look at it. I said, okay, I understand you want to look at it, but if it's everything that we say it is, and it's going to be a better track record, longer track record, higher rate of return, and it's going to put you where you want to be when it comes to retiring well. Is it safe to say that you someone that'll take advantage of that?
Yes.
All right, why did I do that?
I ain't
No. I ain't getting back on.
Right.
Yeah, like why am I gonna go put together all this, do all this research, and he just saying I'm trying to think about it.
Right.
No, we didn't think about nothing. You know what I'm saying? No, we're gonna do business the next time we get together. But see, now on the first visit, I'm not overcoming objections. I'm not trying to do all those things, but I'm gonna get a firm commitment before we get back together. Okay. All right. So that's that on retirement. So now we're done with retirement. I got my commitments. Boom. Now down at the bottom, life insurance. Now it looks wordy, but it's really not, because it's you go to whichever. See, it says if they say no to this question, you ask numbers 1 and 2, and if they say yes, you ask questions 3 and 4. All right. So let's say I'm asking, I'll say, hey, so let me ask you something. Do you use tobacco in any form by any chance?
No.
Okay, you don't? Okay, great. All right. So let me ask you. So you say you have life insurance through the job, right?
Yes.
All right. So do you happen to know about how much coverage it is? Is it like it's usually 2 times
Yeah,
income?
it's like 150,000.
150,000. Okay, great. All right. So is it free or do you pay a little bit for it? What's
Okay.
that?
Okay.
How much you pay?
$20 a month.
About $20 a month. Okay, great. Well, let me ask you something. Do you know what happens to your employer paid group coverage if you were to leave your job or get sick to the point that you couldn't work anymore?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay, good. Well, let me ask you something. It's called group insurance because you're part of the group. They pay majority of the premium or all of it in most cases. All right, but if you're no longer part of the group, do you think that they will continue to pay for your life insurance?
Probably not.
Absolutely not. All right, so y'all heard the close right there? Y'all heard it? You see what I'm saying? I said, hey, part of the group, you think they're gonna pay you? He said no. Y'all follow me? See, when we say things, it can be skeptical, but if we get them to say it, it's true, okay? All right, so that's that. So I got him to say it. Boom. And I'm like, well, look, all consumer advocates teach us to have something outside the job that we control no matter what, so that we can, make sure, because, life insurance is age and health sensitive. Wow. All right. So I got that done right there. So let me ask you, do you have personal life coverage other than through your job?
No.
Okay, no. All right. So now y'all see that he said no. So now I go right here to what? 1 and 2. I don't have to ask all this stuff down here at the bottom. I just do 1 and 2 right there. So number 1, I said, well, look, Henry, Hey, when a responsible person like yourself, when they don't have life insurance outside of the job, it's usually due to one of these reasons. Either A, they didn't see the need for it, B, didn't think they can afford it, or C, they never got around to it.
And really, just never got around to it.
Never got around. Okay, great. Well, look, if I was to ask you number two here, would you say that it's unimportant, important, or very important to provide financial security for your family if you die prematurely?
Very.
Very important. Boom. Why did I do that? To get my what? Commitment. All right. So we're trying to get them emotionally tied to the process of taking on our recommendations. Make sense?
Yep.
All right. All right. So as we're wrapping up here, get down here. So I don't have to do those two. So I just do the pay yourself first formula. This is how we find out how much a month that they can set aside. I say, as far as retirement and insurance is concerned, we find that most of our clients can free up $200 a month. Then there's a portion who can do 500 or more. Then there's those on a fixed or limited budget that can do $100 or another amount. Which one of those categories do you feel like best meets your need that you can set aside without taking any food off the table?
Probably 300.
About 300?
Yeah.
All right, big money. All right, cool. All right, so here we say 300. All right, so why do we find that out? So now when we put together our proposals, you know what to put, y'all follow me? So if I come back with a proposal for $500 a month, what's the likelihood of him going ahead? No. But if I come back with something that's like $80 a month, when he said he can spend 300, now I got the life sale, and then we have the money that we'll set aside for the pack. Make sense? All right, so wrapping up here, on the back of the sheet, this is pretty much how we just find out pretty much, because I like to do the two-step approach. I don't like to do I don't usually sell on the first visit unless they say they want to with these questions I'm gonna ask right here. So I say, look, so if you die prematurely, would you want your family standard of living to be better, worse, or at a minimum stay the same?
Better.
Okay, great. If you were to die prematurely, how much monthly income would you want your family to get?
100%.
100%. Okay, so if you had to put a dollar amount on there, what's that?
5,000 a month.
5,000 a month. So 5 times 12, that means that we need to replace $60,000. And so we're supposed to have 10 times our annual income to be properly protected. So you need 600,000 on you. So right now, as far as personal coverage, you have none. So we got a shortfall. I'm going quick here because I'm trying to wrap up. You know, I'm flowing through this. So we got a shortfall of 600K. All right. So my question to you now, Henry, you see how it says if they're underprotected, you ask this question. You say, can you see that your family is dangerously underprotected?
Oh, better.
All right. And if you die prematurely, would you feel comfortable having your family struggle financially? No, of course not. All right. And so now look, usually we're done here. All right. And so, because like real quick, Henry, I scroll to the bottom. I don't have this on the screen, by the way, when I'm talking to the clients. For those on Zoom land, I have this sheet on my desk. So you just go to the bottom and you see where it says notes. You put the birthdays, child names, etc. So I write that down and say, well, look, so what's your birthday, Henry?
2/14/77.
2/14/77. Okay, great. All right. And so well, this is the thing. Now, usually we're done here, Henry. But the only time we ask this question is when we have someone who's either underinsured or have no life insurance at all outside the job. Because this is the thing. Because see, we have forever in the data plan for retirement, but we don't have forever in the data plan for an untimely death. Do you agree?
Yes.
And so, because if we knew the day that we were going to get up out of here, we'll get our life insurance the day before, right?
All right.
All right. And so since we don't know that day, when's the best time for us to get our coverage? Now, so the question I have for you is if we can put together an affordable program, under the $300 you said you set aside, that adequately protects your family, would you implement that program today?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, boom. Y'all see that right there? And so he said yes there, then you just said, okay, great. Well, look, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put together 3 quotes for you, one for the 600,000, then I'm gonna have 2 of them that'll be less than that. And I'm gonna let you take a choice, I'm gonna let you choose. And upon you choosing, and this right here, everything I'm saying, which one of these proposals you feel like best meets your family needs, et cetera, et cetera. So I let them choose and I say, well, look, Henry, We're gonna take up an application and and when I say implement today, that means sending in an application along with the first month's premium. So you'll be okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Boom. Y'all follow me? So that'll be the day then, at that point, that I can go ahead and make him a life client, if, because he's okay with it. But then if they say, no, I wouldn't do it today, okay, fine, great. Well, look, when's the time that we can get back together? John and I are gonna work on this proposal. We're gonna put it together and get back, and we set the appointment back and cause see, sometimes, they say what? 9 out of 10 workers work, what, check to check, they live paycheck to check, paycheck. And if you notice how we set the appointments up and what I said in the beginning, they probably weren't expecting to, come shell out $100, $200. That can be a big deal to a lot of folks that's in our market, the middle American market these days. And of course, when you get in a better one, of course, you can serve them that. So a lot of times they'll say no, but you're giving them a chance to save face where they'll get back with you around payday. And then, usually they set their appointments around the day they get paid. And then, of course, you can be able to help them make the plan. So that's pretty much the presentation. And then as far as recruiting is concerned, I show them pretty much what, what they would have made if they would have done this here. And I got a slide for that. Yeah.
What's the best way of people want your slides to do that?
Just take pictures of this and make their own. I'm joking. Yeah. No.
Like I'm not cheap though. I would like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could email them.
Yeah.
Then I'll make copies.
Yeah. When I sit down, I just email. Yeah, but and then so.
Great job too.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
So no, really, how to get your slides?
Yeah, I just. Yeah, so they wanna. Okay, all right, so if we made them a client or not, it doesn't, it doesn't really matter. But upon getting together here, go over this, and I just ask them, I say, now look on that AB example that we just went over. What would you think would be a fair amount of income to make sending in $298 to our home office? For both the life insurance and the investments. Then I let them tell me, a lot of times they be like $50, that'll be great. And then after they say that, I say, well, look, let me show you what you would have made if you would have came here. All right, district leader, this is pretty much where John is. And we like to get all of our folk here upon getting licensed. So as a district leader, you would have made $696 on the insurance, $775 on the investment. You rolled over, let's say, 25K. They say they had at their bank. So you would have made like $1,471 helping that one family move from the A side to the B side. Is that a big deal or a small deal? Big deal. All right. And then on top of it, even if we just looked at this initially here on the life insurance side, if we can help one person like this a month, one a week, or one a day, what'll stop you from getting licensed through the state, licensed and trained through the state? And usually when it comes to the recruiting part, I kind of found out about them and found out what's important to them a little bit. On the beginning, I just didn't do it in front of you all for time's sake. But I usually talk, I say, well, so Henry, now you see how you can, potentially get to a point where you can get to pay that car off or things of that nature. You see that?
Yeah.
All right. And so as a regional vice president, that's what I am. You'll make $29.05. And see, our business here is just like, the Keller Williams, those guys.
Yeah.
All right. So let's say, for example, you come here and you and I, we switch spots. And you can be part-time and you can recruit, train, and develop a sales agency, and you can get paid on the productivity of that sales team. So if you look at this example and you train me like I'm training John, and upon me going out and serving that family, I make $1,471, but you're excited about that taking place because not only you're excited about my growth, but you're excited about the fact that you will also be paid $1,400, which would be the difference of our contract. So my question to you is, if I can help you by recruiting, training, developing a sales team and putting them on your sales agency, and put you in a position where you can get a lot closer to where you told me you want to go, what'll stop you from doing it? All right, cool. And then I already said the question, but the question is right here. What if we can do this once a month, once a week, or once a day? What'll stop you from getting trained and licensed through the state? And he says nothing. I said, well, great. Well, look, when it comes to licensing, there's two licenses, of course, that we have to have. We have to have a life insurance and an investment license. Now, our company, they pay all the licensing fees, but if you already had the license, do you have a life insurance license now?
No.
Okay, well, that means you have to pay the fee. And so, but if, but our company, they pay all of the fee, okay, except $99 of it. So here in Mississippi, that's approximately about $1,500 worth of licensing fees. So if our company is gonna put up $1,400 towards your license, would you have any problem with putting up 99? All right, so what is that technique right there? Anybody know? Like, see, that's the technique. Like you make something they use.
To the ridiculous.
Yep, we reduce it to the ridiculous. All right. You know, I say, hey, it's usually 1,500, but we're gonna knock it down to 99. And then upon you getting licensed, you go through the training and all that, they'll get that back over to you. And if for whatever reason, in your first 120 days, if you feel like the juice ain't worth the squeeze and you don't go get your license, they'll refund that back to you minus a processing fee of $29. Fair enough?
Yes.
Y'all see what I'm doing? So knock the IBA out. I say, hey, and now this is optional, but I like to say, depending on how actively that you're going to be, this is going to be something that's going to be important to have. It's $25 a month Primerica online subscription. And basically it's our site that we use in order to send business to home office. You know, study for your exam. So you'll definitely need it for your first month at least, and then keep up with clients and, you know, for our client relation ordeal and all that. But this is the thing, it's just like a Netflix subscription. So if you're not as active as you would like to be, you can cut that off to limited service. You won't have to pay it. But once you get licensed, it'll come out of your commissions once a month. Is that cool with you?
Yes.
All right. So y'all see what I did there too? Just make sure I'm just taking all the fear away out of it. Because people be scared to pay that 120. I don't know why. But they be like, like, what's this a thing? You know, so you gotta make it sound like what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's license. If he had an insurance license, would he have to pay anything? With the Primerica, he had to pay the $25 for the subscription. He wouldn't have to pay anything. So this is a licensing fee. This ain't one of them things.
Right.
So I'll make sure I let them know that. And then number 3, of course, get out to a fast start. You know, basically we're gonna get together and put together a game plan to see how we can, you know, get this thing to go, you know, get things going for you. And last but not least, you know, we're gonna get on some appointments and we're gonna get your license. So of course, if I asked you, what would keep you from getting started? What would you say to that? Nothing. All right. So what I like to do is that at that point is I say, well, look, we're gonna get together in the next 24 to 48 hours because I don't want to do so much on one Zoom. Y'all follow? And yeah, because I know I talked for 40 minutes today. He gave me 40 minutes, so I did good. So yeah, right on the button. So I know I talked a lot because I was explaining today, but I don't want my appointments no longer than about 30, 35 minutes or so on a Zoom, especially because the dude holding his phone or they on the computer or something, that ain't never been a good thing. So that's all I have. That's pretty much it. Presentation and everything.
Hey, that was great, great. But okay, so Lou, are you gonna email me that? I'm gonna ask you one more time. How do they get your slides? Okay, you're gonna send me the slides, but you showed me how to download that from your phone.
Yeah, you can, if you got an Apple phone, you can download a presentation on your phone. Or I can send it to you as a text message.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the same thing.
Which app you have on your phone?
Yeah,
Huh?
for iPhone.
Yeah. Okay, the other thing, hey, is it cool in here to y'all? There's a temp, good, okay. So this is good, it's good stuff, okay, so, okay. Okay, now let's see, the other thing, oh yeah, to me, it'd be good for you to update your slide, Lou, okay? And put that investor business data
Yeah.
on there
Yeah.
and the forwards.
Yeah,
You know, man, you're talking about credibility for that, wow.
That's
You know, I remember like Jill's dad, talking about group insurance. Jill's dad worked for Halliburton, Otis Engineering, Halliburton. And so he had a ton of insurance, you know, group, okay, that he had to group. When he retired, the only thing he could do with it was convert it to whole life.
Right.
And the premium is gonna be like 30,000 a year for him to keep his coverage. You know what I mean? Man, people do not need to stand, especially in today's work environment. You know, where are you gonna be in 5 years? What if you develop a health problem? Right, and you go somewhere else and they don't have a good group plan, you know what I mean? It's more important than ever. The other thing I love, you know, Lou's presentation and all that. But you know, the thing that I really love is what we do for people. Absolutely. You know, to be with a company and, you know, we treat everybody like we would treat a family member, right? As far as serving them, consumer oriented, doing what's best, you know, putting them in good, you know, managed investments and the term insurance. I mean, it's incredible. Okay, so Jill, she's our next speaker. So we might round her up.
Who's there?
Huh?
Did they snack? They have a snack?
Oh, we're gonna have all that out. Well, here's the, yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, we're gonna take a break here in about, 11:20. So Jill's gonna take us to the break.
We're,
So, okay, is that too bright? Okay, y'all give Jill a hand.
Oh, very much. I thought we were gonna have a full panel discussion first, so. I gave myself the title of state of the company. Isn't that a weird title for me? I've only got like half a page on state of the company. The rest of the thing I was talking about partnership. I was trying to figure out how to make all that work. But you know, I've listened, one of my favorite speakers is Peter Snyder. And I just love the fact he gets, you know, I feel like he really kind of gets who we are. And there's several things I've heard him say. He said at convention and the RVP meeting, and I've written them down and just kind of gone back over them. I thought, you know, just have a way of saying this. And I just think it bears repeating. You know, one of the things he said is what we do here is so important. I mean, we all know that. You know, we sit down with a family and help them figure all the things out. But he said, our products follow a person from cradle to grave. Cradle to grave. He said, we're a company founded for everyone. Man, you know, that was Art's vision, a level playing field, put a jersey on everybody. You know, we're founded for everybody. Largest sales force. He said, if you get bored, count the 400,000. If you get bored, you want to see how big we are as a company, count the 400,000. He said, whole life company putting, you know, they put term on the menu. He says, like Dairy Queen putting the salad on the menu. You know, they don't really expect people to order it. He said, we unbundle life insurance from savings. In fact, I heard Lou say that. Y'all thought I wasn't in here. I was listening. We unbundle life insurance from savings. It's that simple. What we do is so simple. But you know what's blown their minds? They thought we were a sales force that was really great at getting a $25 a month pack and a $50 a month pack, and they realized we've got an army of advisors that are sharp, that are talented. And he said the average managed account, I may have written this down wrong, so this is just my notes, is 143,000. And he said there are like 5,000 clients that range from $1 million to $5 million. And he said, I love this. This is kind of, you know, I guess it's because I'm blind. I appreciate this. Actually, I'm not blind anymore. I shouldn't say that. But what we can't buy, what we can't build, we buy. If they can't build it, y'all, we got a company behind us that is so strong. It says if we can't build it, we buy it. And if we can't buy it, we borrow it. Man, that's strong. He said, the bedrock of our company, this, and I quote, is our belief in the potential of every individual. Man, and you know, you think about, I mean, I think about David and Jill Lander from Tucker's Crossing, Mississippi. You know, our belief in the potential of every individual. And he said, we use self-selection. That means it's up to you. You know, everybody's got the same opportunity. Anyway, that's my state of the company. That's done. Check. Now, this cornerstone of the partnership is a talk. Hoot Houghton is this guy. He's bringing a group in November. So y'all, those of you that don't know Hoot, will meet Hoot. Hoot and David and their sons, our son Tommy and his son were at Jade's Ranch together, ended up in the same cabin. And I think after the first night, everybody was buying David things to keep him from snoring, like fans across your nose. They were like, somebody had to do something to this guy. And David made fun of him. He brought this really outdoorsman. He brought this like heat blanket or whatever. So he brought this 50 blanket. So they've had this story going on. They really became close friends. So he'd asked us to share on one of his training sessions. And actually, it's weird that Jimmy had to spend the night with us that night before as well. And we got up and shared. Jim and Jack were at the house last night. But this partnership talk, because you know, I'll go back and read talks from 20 years ago. You know, you got to figure stuff out as you go along. Rearview mirror teaches us a lot. You take the time to sit down, look at the rearview mirror, and I don't think we're all supposed to look backwards forever. Obviously, but you can learn from the rearview mirror. And I feel like I should be an expert, but I'm not. I mean, September 3rd was the 45th anniversary of our first day. Guys, David and I have been working at this for 45 years. Okay? And so I should be like an elite. But the one thing I've learned, anytime you start stepping in pride, I've been pride before. Pride, man, is just like the ultimate setup. You find yourself talking in pride, walking in pride, acting prideful about anything, get ready. You're about to get a lesson, right? So I'm going to very humbly submit to you some things to think about in partnership. And how to work together. It's stuff I've learned from really life experience, from books I've read, from other couples that I know. You know, I heard it said that actually this guy told me, he said, Jill, he and his wife were really struggling, a couple that we work with and mentor in companies. And he said he's gone to a marriage counselor and said the counselor told him, he said the secret of a happy marriage remains a secret. Nobody's figured it out. So I was telling a joke kind of really at dinner. We were in Colorado and it was Lane's at the table and Jim and Jacqueline. And I told them, I said, guys, we figured it out. I have figured out the secret of a happy marriage. I said, we go to a restaurant 2 times a week. A little candlelight, a little dinner, a little soft music, dancing. David goes on Tuesday, I go on Friday. Don't know anything about that. And I feel like in talking about all this, I need to start by just apologizing. The only perspective I have is that of being a married partner. You know, in the business, it's the only perspective I have, and I am old-fashioned. I'm old-fashioned. I mean, if you love her, put a ring on it, okay? That's just how I think about things. Go stand before God, your family, your friends, and make a vow to love, honor, and cherish till death do us part. For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, right? But I need you to understand too, if you're single, this isn't about a handicap. There are tons of people that do well in our company. You can pick up that book and look, tons of people do well in our company that are single. But, and I promise you one thing, it's better to be single than wish you were single, okay? Joyce Meyer, people don't believe it. Joyce Meyer said, single people are sad, married people are mad. And she went on to say, single people want to have sex and married people don't. So, I hope you can edit this tape, actually. The key is you've got to bloom where you're planted, you know, wherever you are in life. And Tommy reminds me of this all the time, just work at being the best version of you. I just got to be the best version of me. I can't fix anybody else, but what I can do is be the very best version of me. And another thing I tell you, if you're single, if you build it, they will come, right? But if you're going to be a builder, if you're going to recruit people, you need to understand partnership. and the incredible, I say partners are kryptonite. I mean, you get a brand new person in that's excited, they're ready to go to work, and they go home and they hear what? Hey, honey, man, I've got this great new job. I'm so excited about it. I pay them $99 or $39 or $49, whatever, you know. And well, how much does it pay? Well, it doesn't pay anything. Well, what are the benefits? Well, you know what I mean? So then they go home and they get this earful of that perspective of somebody that has no clue about the vision of what this person has bought into. So you need to understand, it's like Amazon has influencers, you know, there's an influencer sitting there at home, and I was terrible. Y'all know my story. I smelled a rat. Something's wrong here. These people are all too happy. There's no way they're making that much money. It's gotta be a cover for something else. It's gotta be illegal. I bet they're really dealing drugs. That's what it is. They're dealing drugs, and they put these people up that seem real honest and sincere. So anyway, so what are the keys to making this work? And I've just got a few I want to share with you this morning that I humbly submit. And the first thing I think is just obvious, is commitment. I think commitment's the foundation of anything that you want to do, whether it's this vehicle, partnership, family, faith, whatever, you know. And I think life is great when love is an emotion. But you know, love is not always an emotion. Sometimes love's a decision. I love the fact that Art Williams used to tell us, he made a statement. He said, I love Angela, but I don't like her all the time. And I thought, what a relief. God, that's good, right? And at some point you have to decide divorce is not an option. Take the D word out of your vocabulary, whether it's your first marriage or your fifth. You got to say, this is it, right? This is it. You got to stop believing the myth of greener grass. It's astroturf, you know. My mom said it's greener because it's growing over a sewer, but the truth is it's always greener where you water it. You got to make sure you commit to the right things, and you got to be careful not to overcommit. I see people that try to do everything. You just try to do everything. Don't overcommit. And I think we always have to remind ourselves, because I see this. I've been here a long time, guys. You know, Primerica is an amazing business. It makes a really lousy job. But it's a great business opportunity. And you have to constantly keep adjusting your priorities, keeping them in order. David and I, the only way business ever worked well for us is if we're spiritually kind of putting God first in everything, putting family and each other, our marriage next, and putting Primerica after that. That's the only way it's ever worked for us. Anytime we ever get it out of whack, things get sideways. They just get sideways. And I don't say that to, you know, I'm just telling you that's how it is for us. You know, Tuttle calls it master mate mission. And we've had seasons of very unbalanced life, but we always have to come back to that, you know. Great marriages don't just happen, great families don't just happen, and a great business here won't just happen. You have to be intentional, you have to fight for it. So another thing, and thinking about partnership, that I think is just huge, and it seems very fundamental to me, but I think we don't really think about it enough, is just sharing the same goals, dreams, and vision for your life. You know, Dave and I have completely different roles. How we function in our family, in our business is totally different. He's very macro. He is big picture. And I am done the weeds. I'm the micro girl. I'm the one in the weeds, right? But together, we kind of cover everything. You know, there's this great verse in Amos that says, can two people walk together without agreeing on the same direction? Doesn't mean you have the same job description, but you're headed the same direction. And you know, David and I are like a lot of couples, we're opposite. And it's very frustrating. And I know that whole book, you know, the book that came out, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. I'm like, what was God thinking? Let's take Adam and Eve. And anyway, it took me a long time to understand it's the greatest thing God's done for us. It's the greatest thing he's done for us. We're better together. See, David is a great driver. I like to think I'm a great driver. David says I just never look at my review. Jill, you feel the people. You just don't know. I never heard that. I am a great backseat driver. I'm kidding. I actually have a great sense of direction. So together on a trip, we're good. But David, you turn and listen to a car without GPS. Oh my gosh, you could live in the wrong state. He can't pull off at a gas station on 49 without getting back home on the wrong direction. Like, how do you do this, right? He's a great driver. He sees everything. He hears nothing. I hear everything and see nothing. We'll go to a meeting, we leave that meeting, and he talks about what hit him, and I talk about what hit me. It's amazing how different we see the thing that we just experienced. He's got loads of common sense. I've got blueprints. And I can really complicate things. I'm really smart, right? I remember I'll have something that's a challenge. And I've got 15 steps of how I'm gonna fix it. Here's what, and I go to David, I go, okay, so here's what I gotta do, and I'm gonna do this, this, this. And David will look at it and literally in 5 seconds go, well, why don't you just do this? Wow, that never occurred to me. Something so simple. Common sense, you know, he likes to work, I like to play. All work's not good, all play's not good. So together, his strengths are my weaknesses and vice versa. You know, Primerica is the same thing. I went on one appointment and the guy said no, and I quit. David has got the skin of an alligator. I mean, he just, you know, you can't stop him. The first partners meeting I ever attended in 1980, and that's when I heard Angela Lee say those words. I've never forgotten. I've quoted them thousands of times since. Y'all all heard it. Is that when two average ordinary people in love pool their talents, work together toward a common goal, pull in the same direction, they can accomplish extraordinary things. So when you think about shared goal, vision, and dream, you know, I think you need to always need to remember that we are so unique. Every person is so unique. We're all different. You know, I just think you're the only human in the universe. And if you think about sharing the load, you know, find some things that you can do to help grow your business. I've tried to research this. I've heard this for years. I don't know if it's true. I can't find it. I tried vetting it. So it could be fake news. I don't know. But it's said 1 ox can pull 1 ton, 2 can pull 20. Y'all, somebody try to find that for me. But I don't know if that's true. But anyway, I think about some of the things I've had to do here had unbelievable fears that tried to stop me. Because I'd love to tell you, you can just take your strengths, you can just take the things you like to do and do that, but there'll be some things you're scared of that you need to do. My greatest fear was public speaking. And look at me up here today. I've grown up. I used to throw up before I had to speak. I used to get nauseous at me. Just a nervous wreck. And I said, David, I'll do anything, but I won't do that. If you got fear in one area, I'm telling you, maybe there's a lot of fruit on the other side. And maybe you just got to face it and you got to push through it and get to the other side of it. Public speaking. You know, I get up and I'd share. I'd be so nervous. I'd be holding on to the podium. I need to do nothing. I get through and people go, that encouraged me so much. You aren't nervous up there at all. I'm like, they said, oh, you said this, you said that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. But then there's other things that you're just going to be naturally good at. People tell me, I don't know, I'm going to look at Twyla sitting back there. Tell me somebody with a gift of hospitality. People tell me I have a gift of hospitality. But you know what I've done is I've taken this business and do like what we did last night. I love doing that. I mean, it gives me life. And, you know, just build relationships. I mean, that's one thing. I look back at what I did with David. I built relationships with our team, with their families, with their, I knew their kids. You know, it's the WD-40 of life. Attend everything you can. I've never gone to a meeting and left and did not learn something. Did not write something down to go, here's a fine-tuning adjustment I'm going to make. Every meeting I've ever been to, y'all know how many meetings I've been to in 43 years? Communicate. Maybe your job maybe it's just, you're one of those people that can write those beautiful notes. Write a note to somebody, encourage them, right? So funny, Mary Walker was on Larry Waddell did a Big Hitter Call, I think it's called. And Mary Walker was on there and I listened and it was just so amazing. So I sat down and wrote her a note. She sends us a Christmas card every year. I wrote her a note. She wrote me one back. Like, I'm writing you a thank you. She wrote me a thank you for the thank you. I mean, people that communication is just their gift, right? Write notes, make phone calls, have lunch with a partner, have coffee with a partner. Maybe it's technology. God bless you. Y'all know I was born in 1960. I know nothing about technology. I'm going to start telling me something. And he talks like, it sounds like Chinese to me. But maybe that's what you bring to the table. Administrative skills. Some people are great in the office. I was great in the office until I had, anyway, I'll get to that in a minute. And I still work in office kind of, right, Doug? I have a desk, but it doesn't have me at it very often. Maybe you need to be speaking, telling your story. Kathy Moran kept telling me the stuff about find your voice and about how powerful your voice is, and we need to use it. Maybe it's prospecting. Patty Schechter. Patty and I are complete opposites. I love Patty. She's a New Jersey girl. She's a character. she and her husband, Dennis, who passed away now. I mean, she lives in a yacht in Europe half the time or down in Florida. But she told me, I'll come meet y'all anytime. You let me know, I can Zoom from wherever I am. But, and we probably need to have her do that. Patty really helped build their business. You know how? Her job. She was a court reporter. She was a court reporter, and she'd have people come in and she talked to, and she asked them, what do you do? I teach school. Do you want to do that for the rest of your life? If they said no, she got them to write down their name and number, and she gave it to Dennis. And Dennis prospected her. I mean,
Hey, look, my husband.
You need to talk to my husband.
Yeah,
She said, you need to talk to my husband. Give me your name and number. I'm calling. Was that something? And she did it every day. And she's, I mean, incredible. Maybe it's a home front. Y'all, Amy Layers, I don't think she's licensed. She's never worked in the office. She's never worked outside the home. Look what a powerful partner she is. They ever had 5 kids, already has 5 grandkids. She is so far ahead of me. It's not even funny. But if you don't know what to do, ask, right? I've got a funny story for y'all. I think it's funny. Y'all might not think it's funny. It's funny in looking in the rearview mirror, it's a little bit funny. But you know, when Jim House was in the office, matter of fact, I told Jim House last night, I still remember his code number because I was administrative from the time David, you know, when we came full time and my desk was at folding table and I figured out what to do with the first app, I began to really figure it out and I really liked it. I really felt like I was good at it. And then I had Tommy, right? My precious Tommy. And at 4 months old, he developed pneumonia because I was taking him out, leaving him with a sitter. And I said, David, one of my goals was to be a stay-at-home mom when I had kids home. And not everybody has that goal, I get it, but it was my goal. I want to be at home with my children. I said, you got to hire somebody. I got to go home with Tom. Then we moved to Laurel and we had Lauren and Laurel. And then we moved up here and Lauren started school. So Lauren had started school, we're living up here, Tommy's in school, and David came to me and said, Jill, I need you back at the office. I need you in the office. And by this time I really loved just home front. And y'all, I went to the Bible. I knew there was a verse, in Old Church of Christ girl, right? So I know my Bible like the back of my hand. And I said, there's a scripture. It says, when we're supposed to stay home.
There you go.
The Judy Cleaver clause, okay? I went to the Bible and I got to find this Judy Cleaver clause because I know the Bible says I'm supposed to be at home baking cookies, wearing pearls, vacuuming, right? And I'm not supposed to be working. And I found Proverbs 31. And y'all, it blew me away. And I'll never forget, I memorized it because it was God telling me, not David. God said, no, this is what you're supposed to do. An excellent wife, who can find? Her work is far above jewels. The heart of her husband trusts in her. He shall have no lack of gain. She does him good, not people, all the days of her life. Y'all, this woman was a realtor, farmer, seamstress, merchant. She got up while it was dark. I mean, good Lord, she's very annoying, actually. But I say that to say, you never know quite where God's going to lead you. And I got back involved, and it was what I'm supposed to do. It's what our business needed. And it's what David needed. I think we always need to remind ourselves is that we're building a family business. One of my favorite stories about Tommy, and I tell this, y'all have heard it. I know a lot of y'all have heard it, but a few of y'all haven't been here. He was in 3rd grade. He had a crush. He's now 41. 3rd grade, he had a crush. I remember I was driving a white ball boat. He gets in the car and he looked like he'd lost his best friend. Something was dramatically wrong. I said, son, what is wrong? He said, it's Ann. I said, what happened to Ann? He said, oh, it's Ann's dad. I said, what happened to Ann's dad? He said, he sells whole wife. Tommy in the 3rd grade. Tommy in 3rd grade could explain the difference between cash value and term in 3rd grade. And you know, I look at like in the early days, we took them everywhere. They were at the office all the time. This summer, y'all, we had 3 granddaughters. That conference table was covered with Chick-fil-A sauce in the summer. I had to go in there and like scrub, clean. I'm like, man, what is this? And Lauren said, it's Chick-fil-A sauce. But how wonderful. Building a family legacy, right? You work hard, you play hard, you change your family through here. Y'all, people do it. People do it. You watch them do it. It's amazing. Number 5 is, I kind of hate to beat a dead horse, but attitude. I think we always have to talk about attitude. You can overcome anything but a bad attitude. Art said 90% of winning is being excited when you don't feel like it. Y'all, that's hard to do. Y'all ever try to be excited when you don't feel like it, when you got a bad attitude? You know, attitudes are important. Why? Because they're contagious. Y'all, attitudes are contagious. You get around somebody negative, what do you start feeling within a few minutes? Negative. And I'm guilty. I think that's the reason every time you hear me talk, I'm talking about attitude because I'm constantly challenge, don't comment, David, no comment. One beetle can destroy 1,000 acres, one pine beetle. You know, David and I are from what they call the Piney Woods area. One pine beetle can destroy 1,000 acres, one bad attitude in your office. One bad attitude, I'm telling you, it's legal. And I think there are two ways we fix it. One is perspective. Your definition of a bad day can change on a dime. I spent one night in a hospital with Tommy, all these Tommy stories today. He was 14 years old. He was on a youth trip. Matter of fact, Craig was probably there. He was on a youth trip with Ridgecrest and he got sick. They thought he had spinal meningitis and they put us on the infectious disease board at Children's Hospital in Tennessee. And there were people up there, y'all, they were losing it. The kids weren't going to go home. And somewhere in the middle of the night, my perspective changed. I'd had days I thought were bad days, and I remember thinking I did anything for that day. We've got to get perspective on how blessed we are, and we've got to be grateful. You know, stop murmuring and complaining. Stop murmuring and complaining. Count your blessings. But you know, it's how we mind the goal in people, in your partnership, in your team. You got to focus on the good. God taught me this lesson in Austria, Vienna, Austria, of all places, where we went this unbelievable trip. It's gonna be like a second honeymoon. This is like probably in the late 80s. And we're gonna be like four strong carriages to the Hofburg Palace and waltzing. And we had a guy that won that his wife had passed away before the trip happened. And he decided to come. And David spent a lot of time with this guy. And I'm kind of, you know, my expectation is romance, right? We're in Vienna, Austria. This is gonna be awesome. And Art and Angela invited us to dinner one night. And David didn't open my door. David does not open my doors. Can I just say, David, you need to start opening my doors. David walked everyone we walked in. Jimmy can tell you that's true. And we walked into this restaurant with Art and Angela, and everybody in the restaurant looked like got their chair pulled out at the same time. And I'm standing there just waiting. So I pull my chair up and I sit down, and you know, we go for waltz lessons. And you know, that Jimmy can tell you, David's got 2 left too. But when David used to, well, anyway, let's just leave it at that. So we go to these waltz lessons and all this stuff has happened and I'm just filing it away. And I'm really kind of getting angry. You know, that Rolodex that women keep in their brain is real. And he walks in front of me, doesn't pull out my chairs, can't even open my door. He's supposed to be on this romantic vacation, spending all this time with this other guy. And, you know, we're dancing waltz lessons and he's not getting it. And we leave and he's so far ahead of me. We're in a group of people. He's so far ahead of me that I caught the don't walk sign when they crossed the street. And y'all, I stood there and every bit of that just erupted. It erupted to the surface of my brain. And I stood there, I think I was tapping my foot, I'm sure I was. And he got halfway down the block and looked back up at me and said, "What are you doing up there?" Oh, buddy. So we go to this park in the middle of Vienna, and we had a knockdown drag out. And I remember he told me, he said, "Jill, it's amazing I've been able to do anything." He said, "Been hit the ball and drag Jill, hit the ball and drag Jill." And I said, "Well, if you just listen to me, it would be 3 times bigger," right? I mean, we had that kind of argument, and then we left there, and I went to the room to pack and go home to get a divorce. I said, "This is it. I'm done. I'm done." And I'm in the room. I'm angry. I'm packing my suitcase. I got to get on the phone, figure out how to get an earlier flight out because I'm not going to the horse-drawn carriage thing, whatever it is. And I remember I had the presence of mind. Can you get me a Kleenex and a water? Is this my water? Could it be?
You got that.
I had the presence of mind to pray. But I was praying. I remember getting on my knees in that room. I said, "God, you better do something with this man." And I felt like, you know, not audible, but I knew. I felt like God told me to write down the things that David was doing that were on my nerves. And I honestly thought God just wanted me to make a hit list, right? And I'm writing stuff down. Okay, you know, he doesn't pull out my chair. He walks in front of me. He doesn't open the door. He can't. I mean, you know, and I get rewriting all this stuff, and I feel better. I'm like, God is so wise. You know, it helps me feel better. And then after that, I felt like God said, "Now I want you to write down everything he does right." And I remember sitting, looking at that sheet of paper, and I remember thinking, I immediately started crying. Because I knew I had this treasure of this man. But I had stopped focusing on the treasure, and all I focused on was what he was doing wrong. Y'all know how many couples do that? And you know what God told me? He says, Jill, you cannot do this. You can't focus on everything he does wrong. Y'all, we're all going to make mistakes. We're all going to fall short. But, you have got to stop playing those bad tapes. Which leads me into, how do you have an environment of grace and encouragement? Now, that's a tall order in the world that we live in today. How do you have that environment of grace and encouragement? If you want your partnership to work here, let me tell you something. It's got to work. It's got to be the real deal. It's got to be the real deal. Mark Rutland wrote this book called Streams of Mercy. And he talked about a survey in which Americans were asked which words they want to hear the most. Which do they most love to hear? You know what they were? First one was, I love you. The second is, I forgive you. And the third one is, supper's ready. It's so funny. But really, what is better than love, grace, and a dinner invitation? Love, grace, and dinner invitation. I think we really need to think about our words, because the secret, I believe it's a secret. You think people quit because they don't think this works? Y'all, they quit because they don't think they can do it. And your belief in your team, your belief in your partner, your belief in each other and your children, man, it is powerful. It is powerful. And when you figure that out and start just encouraging people, I've never been around somebody that just encourages. And they're like magnets. You just want to hang around them. You just like, she wanted to look at that. She just wanted to dominate. That's awesome. Anyway, and then you need to remember you married 3 people. The person you thought you married, who turns out about 6 months later, you realize completely different from the person you actually married. Who am I? Hell are you? Pardon me. But the third person is the most important person. Who will they become as a result of being married? Great partnerships, find the good in each other. And Austria was a wake-up call for me. I remember sitting in church, Lauren was a baby, so this was before Austria, and the preacher was talking about why is her heavenly sandpaper. And my heavenly elbow went to work. I was sitting next to David, I was like, you hear that? You hear that? I'm heavenly sandpaper. And David looked at me and goes, Jill, you're a dadgum chainsaw. Be a chainsaw though. I want to be a blessing. I read this story. I love this story, and I wish I could find even the publication I read it in. This was years ago, about a guy that was very unhappily married, and his wife passed away. And after a long time, he remarried, and he was incredibly happy. And somebody said, you were unhappily married, now you're insanely happily married. What's the difference? And he said he thought about it for a long, long time, and he finally realized his first wife started every sentence with, I hated you. He said, my wife now starts every sentence with, I just love it. Man. So anyway, I think we got to understand that nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. We got to learn to let some things go. If you're like me as a woman, man, I got the memory of an elephant. Dad goes, how do you remember the day that happened? I'm like, how do you forget? Some of us need amnesia. We're crying out loud. I need a good case of amnesia. And we need to forget past failures and mistakes. Some of us need to forget. Do I need another one?
I feel like I got.
Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, wait, I got off track there. Okay, forget past failures and mistakes. Forget past successes. Nobody wants to be an Alpha. He's still living on the glory of the high school diploma, right? Forget what's happened in the past. Forget that great job you lost or whatever. Don't live on past successes. Forget offense. No, let it go. Let it go. At 62 years old, I realized my heroes aren't perfect people. They're the ones that have landed face down on the pavement, had the courage to get back up and try again. Those are my heroes. And I'm so thankful that life gives us do-overs. Aren't you thankful that life gives us do-overs? Another key, I'm sorry it's such an emotional talk for me. I can't talk about stuff close to my heart without getting a little bit emotional. One of these days I'm going to overcome that, but be a good friend. Sometimes the foundation of a good marriage is just be a good friend. I mean, I see girlfriends treat their friends a lot better than they treat, their husbands. But we're supposed to be soulmates, but we act like. Freudian slip there. We're supposed to be soulmates, so don't act like cellmates. You know, husbands, buy her a card. Buy her a random card, buy her some flowers, buy her perfume, or whatever it is that she likes. Just randomly do that. David's like that mythical bird that comes to life like every 1,000 years. Every once in a while, David just does the most grand romantic gesture. One of my favorites is our 19th wedding anniversary. I went upstairs and this was a house we were living at, had the upstairs master. And I went in and he had my suitcase. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm trying to pack your suitcase." I said, "Why?" He said, "We're going off for a few days." I said, "We are?" So I looked at what he put in my suitcase. I'm like, "Okay, no way." I repacked the suitcase. He didn't tell me where we were going. And we leave and he takes me straight to my spa, my salon, that's facials and hair. And I walked in the door, y'all, and all the women were standing and grinning at me. They all knew. And so, I mean, I had the works. I left there feeling like a queen, right? So he comes back and gets me and has our music playing, which is somewhere in time. I know that it's so cheesy. Kids know, stay away, get rid of music playing. Go away, right? He had a picnic in the back seat. When we got on the mattress trays, we stopped at that amazing Rocky Springs and we had this picnic lunch and he had bought me some amazing jewelry. And we had this picnic and we went to matches and we had a private dining room and it was just amazing. Y'all, that's a get out of jail free card, 5 years minimum. Right, you got to up your romance. And women, we got a lot of stuff we need to work on. I'm gonna talk about that in a minute. Learn to laugh. Remember how to flirt. Have date night. Light the candles, right? As a partnership, though, I'm gonna tell you one of the most satisfying things, one of the most fun things you'll ever do is set a goal, go to work, lock arms, watch it become a reality, and then go celebrate. Reward yourself, take a trip, do something amazing, and spend a lifetime just trying to love each other well. Closing in on practically speaking, things that I learned that just work practically real quick. I'm just going to kind of rapid fire these. One is agreement. Dave and I have learned, if I look back at the things that we didn't agree on, there's things we did anyway, even though we didn't agree, like David didn't want to, or I didn't want to. Man, just have agreement. If you don't agree on, especially something like big, like buying a house or whatever, like this is just one example, but I won't share it. Okay, let's talk about what do you do if you don't agree? That's the big one, right? When you have a heated fellowship, that's what Priscilla Shower calls it, heated fellowship. When you got something you just don't agree on, number one, do it privately. Do it privately. Your kids don't need to know, your team doesn't need to know, your friends don't need to know, your neighbors don't need to know. My mother always said, "Don't make love at the garden gate. Love is blind as maybe blind." So do it privately. The second thing is keep a cool head. Keep a cool head. Check your emotions at the door. I heard Dan Hall say that. Check your emotions at the door. Hard for me to do, but I can do it. Remain objective. This isn't about winning. This really isn't about winning. Because for some couples, it's just about winning, right? And you can agree to disagree. So don't take each other for granted. Have a united front. Keep going. Just keep going when it's hard. You know, that's when it counts. You know, I've read this article about before they broke the sound barrier with a plane for the first time, these pilots would get right up to breaking the sound barrier and it starts rattling and shaking and they were scared to. They had no idea what would happen. And then what happens? They break that sound barrier. I see people in this business the same way. Man, they get going and then if they start rattling and shaking, man, you just need to, that's when you need to throw that throttle down and go to the next level. You know, I can't count the times I have felt like God has told me to be strong and courageous. Because God, I always feel strong and courageous. And I just want to tell somebody sitting in this room, be strong and courageous. Be strong and courageous. You know, I've read this quote years ago that said, courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage is the quiet voice at the end of the day that says, I will try again tomorrow. I will try again tomorrow. Actually, someone in the picture told me that. So, how do you get stronger? Just rise and rise again until lambs become lions. There's this great scripture that I actually sent this to Glenn Williams right after convention. Take a new grip with your tired hands, strengthen your weak knees, mark out a straight path for your feet. So those who are weak and lame will not fall but become strong. I was talking to her earlier today, she said, Jill, I just feel broken. I feel so broken. I'm so broken, I don't think I'm gonna make it, I'm just broken. And I told her, I said, man, broken can be a beautiful place to start. And Lauren and I were talking this morning, we were talking about, I wanted to share a couple of just quick examples. One is Larry Waddell. David and I were sitting with him at Broadmoor. I've known Larry Waddell for 40 years, but I've never sat and had a conversation with him. We were sitting, talking to him, having dinner at Broadmoor, and he said, you know, I had a horrible bike accident 15 years ago, or 14 years ago. I had no idea. And he said, it was awful. It was horrible. And he said, I still struggle with how it's left me. And he still has problems, but he said, I went from being very, very active to not being able to do anything. He said, it's why I started the big hitter call. He said, actually, I look back, he said, the best thing probably ever happened to me. He said, God got my attention, realigned things in my life. He started the big hitter call. And then next thing you know, he's got that podcast, $1 Million Mindset, or whatever it is. So powerful. But it came from a place of brokenness. What do I do now? It's the only thing I could do. I couldn't do anything. Y'all, our son Tommy took about a 30-day sabbatical this year. He's really struggling at a low point in his life. And I don't want to steal his thunder. I really want Tommy at some point to tell you his story. It's amazing. He came home from the sabbatical, and a friend of his about 10 days later called and invited him to an AA. And I have seen the miraculous fruit happen in this child's life. But what was cool is, I told Jacqueline on the way in this morning, I said, Tommy was asked God, where do you want him? Where do you want him? And he came in the office for the first time, first day of the week. He came in the office, and a couple walked through the door, drove from Meridian, walked in the door, asked for Tommy. They said, you called us 6 months ago, and we've got $300,000 that we need to give you, and they want to do it right then. They want to wait. They're like, we got $300,000 to invest with you, and we're here to do it today. Y'all know, I've been here a long time. That doesn't happen. And it was just so amazing. But Lauren has so much wisdom. Tommy does too, and David does too. I might be the only spoiler bird around here, but Lauren made a statement this morning. She said, rock bottom can be a beautiful beginning. We see compost. We see healthy grounds and banana fields. God sees fertile ground. God says this is the best place for growth. You're on rock bottom, but baby, this is a great place to start and have him put you back together. So, and then Lauren gave me this scripture. She just like boom said it. The eyes of the Lord search the whole earth in order to strengthen the hearts of those who are fully committed to Him. That's what He did with Thomas. 2 Chronicles 16, I think. So keep our head to the plow, look to the Lord, remain steadfast, and just keep going. Now we're about to take a break. That's the end, by the way. Y'all clap real quick. We got food, and we got Dan Hall. Y'all, Dan Hall, you aren't gonna believe. Talk about an unbelievable speaker. We've known Dan for over 30 years, and he's incredible. He's going to talk to us about entrepreneurship. So I appreciate you guys. I'm excited about this team, about this group, and about what we're going to do. What we're going to accomplish.
My name is Russ. Give Russ that. That's good. Yeah. So, okay, Jill, that was awesome. By the way, the big hitter call, Larry Waddell does it every Monday morning at 7:45. They do kind of a free game. 7:40. If you don't have that number, do y'all have that number? Okay. Well, okay, where's my phone? That's good. But you know, you just call it, and but it's a great way. It lasts basically an hour and 15 minutes, the whole thing. But it's a great way to start your week every Monday morning, unless it's a holiday or something like that. So the number is, hang on. The number is 667-771-7906. 667-771-7906. And just put it in your calendar, put an alert on it, and just a great way to start your every Monday morning. Seven 45 AM, Central. What now? It's, yeah, 7:45 Central Time, yeah. So, okay, 15-minute break, I'll get snacks, all that stuff. Since I was talking.
We go, it's quite a lot.
Yeah, very formal meeting, one speak, full on. What was that? What's the?
Yeah, now, how do we do it? That's really fast. You know, it really is like it's great. So, you know, always, there's something, that's the best thing to do. We want. All my life, I grew up with it. You know, I don't know what I used to. I used to work with. But I can. Probably did a speed of it. I'll ask you specifically because I know usually we have like if you have what do you on the street? You just interrelate between but when you can see if we actually have bottom of these are like $50. This is one of the investments. Oh, you know the other thing. You know what I think actually? This one. He was on the Zoom call on this computer. And he actually was sharing the screen with people. So, and we were on that same people by this. And we just put it on the screen. It kind of just came in the sure. So that's what we did. There is a way, you know, if you stay there and say, okay, all these are just specifically the name that's like that. Yeah. Where everybody is?
So the camera, right, you're gonna stand, you're gonna put here in front so they can see you too. Actually, I can check, I can move the camera. Huh? Yeah, that's good. I will. Long way over. You got this whole room. Okay. Yeah, how is they? Running hard. So you can go to the edge of this thing. Here. Would you like a microphone? Here's your mic. You're good. You gotta go through your shoulder. Hey, Dan, you're gonna kind of talk about your skills. I mean, you've been in ministry 35, or coaching, ministry 35 years. From Texas. 35. Yeah, you're still saying.
Maybe that's all it's been under the can for the weekend. You know, it's-
Hey, let's go ahead. Everybody.
Is that an ad? Is that an ad on my life?
Okay, guys, let's get going. Hey, we got a real, I got a real pretty, Dan Hall. Dan and I have been, friends for, I guess we met Dan over 30 years ago. We've been saying 30 years, 5 years. But anyway, so we go way back and, Dan was actually, we'd started, to go to a little church, a new church there back in California. And so, Dan's dad, E.D. Hall, would fly over from Dallas, Fort Worth, every week to preach. And Cindy just has this amazing story. He's now in his 90s. So anyway, Dan was going to school at Baylor and English major at Baylor. And then Ann came in for a couple of Sundays and preached while he was in college. And everybody just loved him so much. Ended up moving over here. He's the only first guy I ever saw preach wearing blue jeans and tennis shoes. Right? So that's funny stuff. But anyway, he'll go more into the story. But man, you know, Dan's been doing things for us for decades now. We just love and appreciate him being here this morning. And so y'all welcome Dan. And I appreciate it. Oh, thanks for. Okay. I don't know if I've got that much material, but I'll try. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share again. I always love the first time in a while. We've been in the same room. We've been in the same virtual room, but first time in a while we've been able to see each other. So I'm so glad to be able to do this and so glad to have you here. I don't know. Do we have a prize for the furthest person? You came first, goodbye.
Have you tried it?
For dogs? They finally just cut you off at the bar. I mean, what? Sir, we gotta cut you off. It's been one too many for you. At the end of the year. So, most of y'all know my story. I don't think I need to repeat it. I was injured 6 years ago, had a pulmonary embolism, on my way to the restroom at 2 in the morning in a hotel in Houston, fell face forward into a wall and woke up, paralyzed from my neck down. And have had to reimagine life since then. And so I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to continue on in life and to find ways to rebuild. And I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do when I grow up. 58 years old, and I've started over. This is my third time start over in life. I started over again in 2004, started over again a few years later when I decided to go in and leave a church setting and build my own future. And then I had to start over again 6 years ago. And so still trying to reimagine what that looks like. So I've done a lot of teaching with y'all about entrepreneurship and building and so forth, but I want to talk to you today about how to build a team. I got thinking about the conversations David and I have had. Every time I have a conversation with David about what we're going to talk about, I can almost tell you, Jill, what he's going to tell me to do.
Entrepreneurship and owning your own business. That's what he's gonna talk about. And Dan, why don't you talk about this? Well, I've talked about that 4 times in a row. Yeah, but I think I got thinking about after our last conversation, how important team is to Primerica. Your greatest success is gonna be with a great team. It's not gonna be what you individually do, it's what you're gonna be able to get your team to do. And so I want to talk to you about building a good team. How do you build your team? What are some keys to building your team? State trooper pulled over a guy and asked him to step out of the car, and he said, "Sir, what's this for?" He said, "Well, you've got a blinker out on the back of your truck." The guy went ballistic, started crying, screaming, pounding the hood of his car. The officer said, "Man, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's just a blinker on your truck." He says it's not much of a big deal to you, but for me, it means I'm missing a trailer, a wife, and 3 kids. So let me ask you something. Would they even know that you're missing? That's the question I want to ask. I was asked a question one time when I was pastoring. If your church disappeared, would the community even know? Have you made enough impact on your community that if you didn't exist anymore, that people would feel a vacuum? And I wonder about that in my life. You ever wondered what it would be like if what would actually be said about you? So I want to talk about how to build the kind of team that leaves a vacuum, and in the end, how you leave a vacuum because you've built into people's lives. Now, forgive me, I don't know how to do a lecture without a football illustration. 2 of the greatest guys who've ever played the game of football are Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. Now, if you're not a football fan, just bear with us. Somebody around you can explain during the break. But these are 2 of the best that ever played. And the question is, and you'll hear this debated on ESPN or get up in the morning and morning shows, you'll hear it on radio and podcasts. Who is the greatest of all time? What we love to put anachronistically as the GOAT. And so there's lots of questions around that. Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers. So let's just kind of compare and talk about which one do you think might be the best. Let's talk about drafting. So every year, the NFL does a draft, and they choose the top college players to come play for them. You have 7 rounds, and the higher you go, and the 1 down to 7, the lower the number. In other words, if you go in the first round, you're really good. You go in the 7th round, and it's like being the last one picked. You know, when you're the last one on the playground, and they say, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll take Dan and Billy, and you take Sam." So you're not even one whole player. You're half of a makeup, a cup of Sam. But that was me. I was always wondering who I was going to be the other half of. So when I got married, I was used to being the second half of anything. And so they're kind of like way on down the list. Well, Tom Brady was picked in the 6th round, the 199th player in that draft. Aaron Rodgers went in the 1st round. They thought he was going to go in the top 5 picks, but he slipped down for several reasons, but still went in the 1st round. What about skill level? Then he would say that Tom Brady has slightly above football skills. Now, I'm not talking about football IQ. Intelligence, there's no doubt he's got, they're equal. But skill level, Tom Brady's probably just above average, while Aaron Rodgers, by many, much better analysts than me, is considered one of the best, if not the best of all time. He can put the ball anywhere he wants to put it. He can put it between 2 defenders. He can put it in the back of the end zone, right at the top of someone's hands. His ability to place the ball puts him as probably one of the best, and very possibly, it's going to be impossible to ever judge this, but very possibly the best ever to play. How about payment? Payment matters. Tom Brady has always been one of the lowest paid in the league. Aaron Rodgers has always been one of the top. In fact, in 2018, Aaron Rodgers signed a record $175 million deal, the highest that any player had ever received in the NFL. He demanded it or he wasn't coming back. Tom Brady that same year was 18 out of 29. There's 32 teams, 3 teams didn't sign quarterbacks yet. And during that year, he was 18 out of 29. He was in the bottom half of the pay scale. One last stat. Tom Brady has appeared at 7 Super Bowls, winning 7 of them. Aaron Rodgers has been in 1 and won that one. Now, if you take that list, who's the greatest of all time? Well, it depends, right? Depends on how you're measuring success. And that's what's key. How are you measuring success? Because if you're measuring it by personal accolades, you gotta factor in there, Aaron Rodgers might very well be the GOAT. But if you're talking about wins, if you're talking about championships, if you're talking about rings, if you're talking about players that want to play with you again and will follow you from one team to another, you have to ask a second question. If you think about the fact that Aaron Rodgers has, if you get any subtlety by my slide, you'll know which one I like. Just notice what color the goat is and what color the names are. But I have these little subtle hints when I place this. We have just little subtle things that I try to surreptitiously put in there and speak under the table. But if you look at it, Tom Brady has always taken less money because he wants to get better talent. Aaron Rodgers believes he deserves to get the most money of anyone on the team, and then gets mad that there's not enough players around him. Tom Brady's going to show up early for practice and make sure he's there when he doesn't have to be. Aaron Rodgers is going to show up at the last minute and tell everybody, I'm good enough. Y'all get everything ready and I'll show up just in time. You have to decide how you're going to measure success. You have to determine how you determine what makes you valuable. So let me give you just this challenge. I want to believe that I raised the water table of everyone around me. I want to believe I was the kind of team player that people wanted to play with, that people wanted to play for, that people were willing to take less money because they saw I was willing to take less money, so everybody around them could go home with a ring. And in the end, when the tide comes in, all boats rise. That's the person I want to be. Now, you have your choice. You can be Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. You can say, I'm going to be the best. You can beat your chest. You can show off how many cars and houses you have, or you can talk about team. And you can talk about the fact that you have impacted lives and families and changed the trajectory of generations of families that will know your name because children and grandchildren talk about, oh, well, they worked in their hierarchy. Oh yeah, you know, Mr. Sam. You remember Miss Darlene? Oh yeah, we used to go to their house about twice a year because we were all a part of this big family. We have to determine what success is. I'm going to give you 3 general ideas of what you need to do if you're going to build a team. These are high level. I'm going to give you some substructure around it, but you get so much good training with Primerica. You get so much good practical and tactical training, which I'm glad to give you, but sometimes I've heard David teach and I've heard others teach, and I think, y'all are getting some of the best tactical, strategic teaching you're ever gonna get. So I just want to make sure I'm true to my gift. And that's giving you big areas of ideas to think about and consider and say, how do I make this part of my life? First key, number one, have a clear vision of where you're going. You'll never build a team without a clear vision of where you're going. If there's one thing Tom Brady does, is he gets everyone on his team excited about where they can go. He gets everyone excited. I remember when I was in 10th grade, this story has stuck with me now some 45 years later. I was a part of a 5A, now 6A school called Trinity High School. And we have actually won state championship for the last 10 years. It has been quite a build up. When I was playing, we and our crosstown rivals were both ranked in the top 5 in the state. We played our playoff games at Texas Stadium on the Star. And again, if you know the NFL, you know what it's like to walk out there on Texas Stadium, and they had the big hole in the roof so God could watch his team play. And we would walk out, and I remember at 15, putting my helmet on and walking out, just standing on that Star, thinking, man, I was in hog heaven. We ended up getting beat in the quarterfinals, and I was just heartbroken. And we went and had our end of the season pizza celebration at a local pizza place. And the guy I was going to be replacing, I'd be moving up in the starting position. He was going off to play for Stephen F. Austin College there in Texas. His name was Gary, and he sat me down. He said, Dan, when you are out there in August in 2 days, it's 105 degrees, 85% humidity. Coaches are screaming and yelling at you. Their spit's dripping off your nose along with your sweat. He said, just remember Texas Stadium. And you know, that's exactly what happened that next August. I wanted to quit. I wanted to get, it was the hottest summer in Texas before this summer. The longest drought until this summer was that particular year. And I remember how hot it was. And all I can remember was Gary giving me a vision. Now there's 2 things I want to give you about this whole idea of clear vision. Number one, you got to define your golden tomorrow. You have to define your golden tomorrow. What does that look like? And I'm going to build that out in just a minute. But what does it look like? Now, Stephen Covey, in his book, 7 Habits of Highly Successful People. If you've not read that, you need to read it. If you haven't read it long, you need to reread it. I picked it up I didn't pick up anything. I read the Kindle version again recently. I was mentoring somebody, an inner city ministry asked me to mentor her, and she had this great ministry. And I thought, man, I don't know how to help her. And so I said, well, let's go through this book. And we were both, I was reading it again. She was reading it again as if she'd read it for the first time. And one of the principles that he talks about is start with the end in mind. And he said, I want you to imagine yourself at your funeral. What do you want them to say? You want them to say he had the nicest cars, she had the nicest clothes, they were really cool, should have seen their house. Boy, have you ever been on their boat? Should see their chalet. Or do you want them to say they were loyal? They were committed to others. They made everybody around them better. They were generous. They were compassionate. And so the question becomes, what do you want them to say at your funeral? And what are you doing today to get them to say it? Well, that's an important point. What's your golden tomorrow? If you were to be, God forbid, taken away from your team right now, what would they say about you? They were driven, they never rested, they were always pushing me, or man, I became better. I wanted to be with them. Man, when I was with them, I felt inspired to become a better person, not just a better recruiter. What would they say? Secondly, you have to act with strategic courage. Now, I'm going to give you 2 lines today that came to me in the middle of the night. actually texted them to myself. I used to get up in the middle of the night and take notes and write in my journal. I can't do that now, so I text myself. And I literally, in the morning, I get up and I work through my text, writing down my notes. I actually rewrote my whole sermon for tomorrow last night between 3 and 6 this morning in a text to myself, because as I was meditating on the text, I had to change direction. But that's just how I do it. And here's one of them. Strategic courage is that tenuous line between cowardice and recklessness. Strategic courage is the tenuous line between cowardice, the fear to do anything, and recklessness, the lack of planning and throwing caution to the wind. During the 100 Years' War between France and England back in the 14th and 15th century, the 100 Years' War, which lasted 84, apparently they couldn't count, but nonetheless, leave it to the French. Any French in here, please don't get mad or throw anything at me. Love the French. So, but the 100 Years' War in 1415, King Henry V landed on the shores of France, and after a few skirmishes, ended up with 7,500 of his English soldiers at Agincourt. Agincourt was a little village in the interior of France. He faced nearly 4 times as many French, 25 to 30,000 French soldiers in this battle. It was really against the odds that he was going to be able to win this. But here's what Henry V, which he was known for, it's how he actually became the King of England in the first place. Superior strategy and tactics. Superior strategy and tactics overcame every obstacle that was in front of him. For instance, he positioned himself between 2 dense sets of woods on a freshly plowed field. So if you can imagine this, he had these 2 sets of woods, one on his right, one on his left, and in front of him was a field that had just been plowed, for those of you that aren't from the country. So this allowed several things. Number one, it prevented counterattacks by cavalry. They couldn't come from their sides because they couldn't get their horses through the woods. So it protected them that way. Secondly, it was forcing the French knights, whose armor was heavy, to cross over into mud because it had been raining the previous 3 days. So he was protected from the sides, and he had these preventions in front of him. He protected his archers, which were long bowmen. The long bow would allow them to shoot the arrow 2 and 3 times further than the regular bow. So they already had superior firepower, but he put sharpened wooden stakes so that it would prevent a direct frontal attack by cavalry. So he's protected from the sides. He slows down any strong attack. The archers had armor-piercing arrows, which made the French knights easy targets as they're sludging across their mudfest. By the time the heavily armored knights, whose armor was about 3 times heavier than the armor of the Englishmen, by the time they got across, stumbled across, and fumbled across, they were absolutely exhausted. The fresh and nimble-footed Englishmen proceeded to bludgeon and absolutely obliterate the French army. The French losses were 10,000 soldiers, 40% of their force. Englishmen lost 400, just over 5% of theirs. It was an absolute bloodbath. In other words, Henry, because of his superior strategy and tactics, overcame all the obstacles. Folks, strategy defeats a good idea every time. Strategy defeats a good idea every time. You'll have 1,000 good ideas, but until you put it in a strategy, it doesn't matter. Now, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on that because we'll get taught on that, but let me just touch on 3 things, because there's 3 things every strategy has. If you want to take these notes, you have to take them. I'm not gonna spot them for you up there. Number 1, values. Every strategy is gonna have have values that underpin and permeate every action. Let's say that again. Every strategy is gonna have values that underpin and permeate every action. Now, here's the second thing that I got in the middle of the night. It's fresh for you. Got it last night. It is imperative that you know the difference between values and valuables. Because too many of us are led by valuables rather than values. Too many of us are led by valuables instead of values. One of the deceptions in Primerica is that it's a get-rich-quick scheme. You can hear so many stories of success that you don't realize it's hard work. There's great success here for the person that will do it. But you have to have values: honesty, integrity, generosity, graciousness, patience, courage, humility. You would think that I would be praying and preparing for this before I got here. I kind of was. I was watching Game Day, and they were my golden calf is college football, and so they were doing a report on all these coaches that Nick Saban had hired to come work for him over a period of time. All these fired coaches, from Butch up at Tennessee to Lane over at USC and Bill O'Brien from the Houston Texans. And I thought, that's really kind of cool. He brought them. Here's what I didn't know. He brought all these head coaches and paid them squat, in some cases, to take the kids swimming during the workout, the kids of the coaches, so the coaches could focus on coaching. One coach who was making $4 million as head coach of Tennessee paid $30,000 to babysit kids until he worked his way back up to become assistant coach. Now there's a humility for the willingness to start from the beginning. Many times, one of the hardest things about Primerica is that if you've been successful before, it's hard to come in and say, I got to start and build from the bottom. So many want to come in at the middle. Some even want to come in at the top. The fact is, we have to have values: hard work, integrity, honesty, humility. It's what we call character. We'll talk about that in a minute. Secondly, you need actions that move toward the goal of tomorrow. Actions that move toward the goal of tomorrow. What are you going to do? How are you going to get there? What's your plan? Have you got woods on each side of you? Have you got a plowed field in front of you? Have you set up piercing stakes to prevent cavalry attack? Number 3, you need achievable goals that are measurable and have deadlines. Say it again. Achievable goals that are measurable and have deadlines. I'm going to get to this in a little bit more later. But here's the key. Strategy defeats a good idea every time. So listen, folks. You have to act. That's what we mean by strategic courage. You have to act. Rosa Luxemburg said this: those who do not move do not notice their chains. Those who do not move do not notice their chains. That's the reason it's easy for people to continue to sit at their desk jobs and criticize you for trying. That's the reason it's easy for people to complain about not having enough money, but they don't want to do the work it takes to get out of it. It's why you're willing to do the work. People who don't move, don't know they have chains. One of the great stories you probably heard is, how they hold, if you ever gone to a circus, you'll notice that the elephants will stay right where they're told to be. You know why? Because from the time they're born, they put a chain around their feet. They leave them tied up. Over time, they're able to take that chain off because the elephant has grown to believe they can't go any further than that chain. And they don't need the chain anymore because the chain is down their head. See, it's one thing to get free from our outward chains. It's much harder to get free from our inward chains. Those inner chains, those inner chains can be far more powerful than the outer ones. So act. So let me say it again. Strategic courage is that tenuous line between cowardice and recklessness. I'm asking you to act, but I'm not asking you to be reckless. I'm asking you to be strategic. I'm asking you to do something, but do it with a strategy, do it with a plan, do it with action, do it with deadlines, do it with accountability. Hold yourself accountable to what needs to be done. Number two, second big key, make others' success equal or greater than yours. Make others' success equal or greater than yours. Now, I happen to want to be a follower of Christ. I'm trying. So that influences the way hopefully influences the way I live. And a part of that is the challenges that we are to love as Christ loved us. So really for me, mine goes higher than equal. It's got to be greater than. I'm to love you greater than I love myself, but certainly is equal. You're never going to build a team if you don't love their success as much as your own. It's not going to happen. Many of us know Simone Biles, the great Olympian, probably the greatest American Olympian in our generation. I grew up with Nadia Comaneci and Mary Lou Retton, and those were the names I remember. That tells you how old I am. Some of y'all are looking at me like, what are those names? Well, they were great. Let me just tell you, they were great in their time. And you can Google either of those names. But we've had the privilege, and my kids have had the privilege of seeing Simone Biles. She's not only a great Olympian, but she's an abuse survivor who has been key in bringing down the Michigan State doctor who abused, I guess they were saying 200 women at this point, 200 young girls, teen girls, some of them almost preteen, 12, 13, 14 years old, and groomed and abused them for years and years. She became a survivor of that. Jordan Childs was already a good gymnast, but was ready to quit gymnastics. She had won great acclaim early in her career as a 13, 14, 15-year-old, but she was beginning to get overlooked for assignments and other tournaments to go to. And one of the reasons was her inconsistency. She was not proving to be very consistent. Many in the gymnastics community had begun to just overlook her and begin to write her off as just another wannabe that didn't quite make it. It suddenly became obvious that a part of the problem was the toxic environment she was in the state of Washington. And so in the middle of all that, Simone Biles said, I see you. And in 2019, called her up and said, hey, why don't you come down here? And she invited Jordan to relocate from Washington down to Houston, Texas, Spring, Texas, to her gym that she actually owned, and said, come down and train with me, and I'll provide you a safe place. I'll provide you a positive environment. When she got there, Simone said that she didn't work on her skills. She already had the skills. She worked on her confidence. She had to rebuild that she could do it again. And guess what? When she arrived, they began to build on that, began to strengthen that confidence. 2 years later, Simone and Jordan went to the Olympics together, and she became a part of the team that won silver right behind the Russian cheating. The Russian. I have no idea where that came from. But she won silver and did wonderful in her events. Simone Biles was willing to say, look, I'm willing to parlay all that I have to make you all that you can be. And she even shared the platform with her and gave up a spot. Simone ended up having to withdraw out of her own personal, all the FBI stuff, all the testifying before Congress, all of that was around her at the time. All the stuff with Nasser was really hitting the papers, and she just kind of crumbled emotionally. She stepped back and she withdrew after the first round of the Olympics. After all of this training, she said, I'm not going to be my best, and I'm going to cost the team. And you know what? Even withdrawing, rather than disappearing into the woodwork, she stayed at the games and cheered on her team. And she cheered on Suni Lee, who replaced her in several events, cheering her on because she was more committed to everyone else's success than her own. And it makes her a hero, not because of her gold medals, but because of her gold medal heart. Again, folks, do we leave a vacuum? Will we even be missed? So number one, if you're going to make others greater, you have to have a clear plan for recruiting. Let's just bring it down. You know this is true. With Primerica, our success is not just what you do. You got to work. You got to make the sales. You got to get the people. You got to get them to the table. But you know that your great success is your team. Well, you got to have a way to recruit them. Now, here's my experience. In just my 35 years, Dave and I met in December of '86. Actually, December 7th, the day that will live in infamy. And we met on, it was December 7th, first Sunday in December. Just happened to be the 7th. And we met in '86, so we are coming up on 36 years. And that's a good portion of my life, about half his. Couple years short, half his. You're up there, aren't you? I said, you're up there, aren't you? Amazing how old he's gotten, and Jill hadn't aged at all. So. But here's what I have. Now, look, I realized early on, number one, I was called to something else, but I don't know that I had what it took early. Now, I've built a lot. I've paid a price to build my own world and my own jobs and stuff. But I have great respect for people who can make it from Primerica, because it's just not. I used to go to some of the conferences and I think, man, I didn't like it when sometimes I'd hear somebody sound like an Amway convention. But I loved it when I heard somebody told me what it really meant to their lives. I remember somebody talking about how they were able now to really invest in their family. They didn't see money for how much they could get, but the margin it could create. Well, that's the difference between valuables and values. Saying, man, I want time with my family. I need margin in my finances in order to do that instead of living paycheck to paycheck. How do I build the kind of life that creates margin so that I can be with them and provide for them? And that's a totally different picture. And that's what I've seen in so many Primerica who just grind it out and stay at it. And then they really care about the people they're invested in, and they care about their success. It's a hard road. It's worth it. But it's a road we have to be on. So what you're recruiting. So here's what I've seen. Number one, there's that whole broad and filtering approach. We're going to throw a wide net. We're going to recruit everyone we meet. The girl at the snow cone place, the CEO that's already running the company, you know, the David Landrum approach. We're going to invite everybody into the channel. He's never met anyone he doesn't believe can be a Primerica person, ever. In the 36 years I've known him, he was recruiting me. I said, do you want me to be your pastor, or do you want me to sell for Primerica? Well, at that time, A.L. Williams, he said, yes. Yes, you could do both. I believe in you there. I don't have that capacity, but here's the point. There are those that just go out and get everybody and let them self-select. That's a strategy, nothing wrong with that. But if you do it. Then talk to everybody. Act like you believe everybody can. There's a second strategy I've seen. And that's that we are very specific. We kind of have a profile. We know what it takes. We go find that person. We invest in them. We take them to coffee. We take them with us. We show them what it looks like. And we're slower in recruiting, but we feel like we get the quality up front. We kind of help them in the selection process. I've known some successful Primerica people that have done it that way. But that's the way they do it. So they make it a part of their schedule. Now, the third way, which might work, is that we do it through teams. I've heard that used. I don't know anyone that's done it that way, but very possibly, look, I'm going to keep coaching my team and I'm going to make sure they're strong so that they're recruiting and that I'm helping them learn what I've learned. That's very possible. Here's my point. I don't care what it is. David might, you may want to ask him his preference, but here's what you got to do. You got to have one and you have to do it. We don't need to have philosophical discussions. We need to have action. So what's the plan and what do? You have to have a strategy. Number two, you have to prepare for their success. The people you recruit, you have to have a strategy for them. What do you want for them? By the seat of your pants is not a strategy. If you're having a meeting and you're putting it together 3 minutes before they walk in the door, you don't have a strategy for their success. Now, I know what it's like to be cramming stuff in and sometimes be pulling things together, but look, you need time to think about how am I developing them? How am I investing in them? First of all, for instance, know what you're asking of them. Know what are you asking them to do? There needs to be clarity. I'm asking you to make this many calls. I'm asking you to spend this many hours. I'm asking you to spend this many nights. They need to know what you're asking of them. They need to know it's achievable. If you put stuff out there they can't achieve, if it's not sustainable in their life, you're going to burn them out, you're going to lose your relationship, and you're going to find yourself frustrated at the end. You have to be able to invest in their success. So you have to know what you're asking them to do. I remember I had a leader come to me one time. He said, Dan, if I did everything you'd asked me to do, I'd have no time to sleep. He goes, literally, I put the hours together. I can't do everything you're asking. I need you to tell me what not to do. And I didn't know what to tell him because I wasn't mature enough to even understand that idea. Folks, if you're going to be a good leader, you have to know what you're asking of them. Secondly, that means you have to know them individually. Everyone's different. Joseph Stalin had a phrase, no person, no problem. It's where we get the phrase, no persona grata. They just don't exist. So he says, if they're a problem, kill them. Then you don't have a problem anymore. Well, that's not it's a workable strategy. It's not a very successful one. It's not going to promote the people around you. Look, if you have people, you're going to have problems. I used to have a joke among pastors. Pastoring would be great if it weren't for people. Primerica would be so easy if it weren't for people. Right? If you could really run the business without having to deal with anyone, wouldn't that be awesome? Well, you can't. So you have to know your people. You have to know what their goals are. John's goals are going to be different than Sally's goals. So what are their goals? You have to know their personality. You have to know how they react. Some of them do well by being cheered on. Some of them do very well by having time invested. Some want you to grab their face mask. I had a guy I was coaching, a CEO one time, that I was trying to find a nice way to tell him a bad report. I was trying to tell him he was screwing up in an area. Finally, he leaned over and he says, I don't pay you this much for you not to grab my face mask. Now, growing up in the Woody Hayes years, I knew exactly what he meant. Today, you can't even, you can't. I'm pulling for Texas today just because I'm a Texan and I hate Alabama, but I'm so frustrated that they're all pouty about this text thing, holding their fingers down. Are you kidding me? Does that hurt your feelings? That we're holding our fingers? I'm just looking at it going anyway. So, man, look, some people want you to get up and go, come on, you can do better. Others need you to saddle up next to them and say, it's all right. And you know what? It's not gonna work the same for everybody. And a good coach knows what you need. Know your people, know their goals, know their capacity. How much can they handle? And then help them merge the two. Help them merge what you're asking them to do with who they are. Help them with their schedule. Help them with their planning. Number 3, consistently execute the plan. You have a recruiting plan, you're preparing for their success, and it's the same way we went in the last one. Do it. That requires a schedule, it requires a calendar, it requires margin in your life, all the things you've already been taught, but you got to do it. Number last, run out of time. Demonstrate integrity in your actions. This seems so simple. I have a really significant contract with one of our state agencies. And I do lots of training and coaching for all their top level leaders. And I kind of run with those top people. And I'm amazed at how many of them are blind to their inconsistencies. And when you try to bring it up, they just explain it away. Folks, we don't tell people we have character. Who's going to buy a car from Honest Joe's car lot? Because if you have to tell me you're honest, probably not. I want to know what you're compensating for. And if I have to tell people I have integrity, if I have to tell people I have character, demonstrate it. 3 quick ways I've heard. Number 1, keep your word. Keep your word. Be early. Be prepared. Follow through. I've early in my career as a pastor, I showed up. One of my guys in my church who was a fairly successful business guy. He was middle level management, but he was a salesman, so he ate what he killed, and so he made his living on what he did. So he was successful, not with a salary, but with the fact that he was a good salesman. And I showed up about 10 minutes late, and I apologized and went through the whole thing. And finally, he looked at me and he said, "It's okay. It's just obvious your time's more important than mine." Well, I learned then that being on time isn't seeing the exit. If I tell you I'm going to be there at 10, seeing the exit at 10 o'clock is not on time. And I made a rule: if I'm not 10 minutes early, I'm late. You know why? Because it keeps my word. During that same time, my wife told me it's hard to be married to a liar. Let me tell you what the right answer is. You're telling me that that was not the right answer. I don't think that's what she was looking for. So what are you talking about? She said, you know, just about every day, you're 15 to 45 minutes late. It's really hard for me to emotionally prepare when I don't know when you're going to get home. It's just hard to be married to a liar. Wow. Your hair's messy. You're looking for any comeback, right? It's like, you can't lose. Folks, be on time. Be a person of their word. It sounds silly. Be on time. Number 2, always be truthful. Always be truthful. Folks, we've got a really cruel statement that I love in Texas. So ladies, please forgive me, guys. I think you'll appreciate it. Don't piss on my boots and tell me it's raining. Folks, another kind of, this is one my kids use for whatever reason. I think they get it from their mother. Is, you know, we don't burp candy drops and we don't poop rainbows. Man, just be honest about the job, be honest about the golden tomorrow, paint the picture, but then be honest. Here's what it's going to take. You can do it. I believe in you. But be honest about the reality. Be honest about your availability and your investment. Don't tell them you're going to be available to them and not be available. You want to turn them off, tell them, yeah, I'm going to help you, and then not be there. Not return the calls, be too busy, not give them books to read, not give them things to do, not inviting them over. Well, I had to learn a lot in Mississippi. We lie a lot here. Yeah, one thing we don't do in Texas, we don't lie well. You're pretty clear about what people think. We're nice about it when we tell you your breath smells. But here, man, I thought everybody was my friend. My first 2 years was a culture shock. People go, man, we want to have you over for dinner. I go, when? And they'd go, if we don't want you in Texas, we don't say, hey, we'd love to have you for dinner. We go, hi. Hope you have a great week. I'm not going to see you again till next Sunday. So here's my point. Tell the truth. Be honest about what you're doing. Don't lie about the little things, like why you were late. If you were late because you overslept, you were late. I have a good friend of mine, pastored a church with 18,000 on a weekend, and he missed a wedding because he was fishing. It was the wedding of one of his elders' daughters. He said he was thinking of I had to be at that ER. We had a family member who was in. He was finally had to walk in. He goes, I was fishing. I forgot. And he said, I just had to be honest. If I got into image management, then I was going to sow deception. Even if no one ever knew, I would know that I was not a man of integrity. Then finally, do more than what you're asking. Do more than what you're asking. William Booth started the Salvation Army. And one day he got this long letter. One of his captains of one of the areas talked about how he couldn't get people to do things. And he had tried to get them to do this and that. Nobody was following through. And it's like this 2-page handwritten letter complaining to General Booth about what to do now. Booth was known for the one-line quick, like my dad. My dad's a simple man. Not a simpleton, but he's simple. Florida State played LSU last week. We saw him, Florida State fan, and we barely escaped. We were winning a game for 3.5 quarters and just Pertner handed it to him at the end. Here was my dad's assessment. Well, FSU just about lost a game they were winning. That's it. William Booth, here's what he said. Long letter, all the complaints. Here's what his letter said back. If you want them to believe, you have to hemorrhage. Can't ask unless you're willing to demonstrate you're doing it more. Now look, if you're asking me to run 10 miles because I'm the athlete, I may not need you to run 10 miles, but show me somewhere you're doing equal or greater value to the cause. Don't sit in your ivory tower and dictate. Show me the investment. General Grant of the Union Army went into Shiloh thinking it was going to be an easy win. Before the battle was over, 24,000 casualties, about 10,000 on each side of the line. The numbers were fairly equal between the dead and the wounded and the captured. But the biggest disparity was that the South had about 400 defectors after that battle. The Union had nearly 2,000. It was so badly run by Grant, the media began to criticize him. They began to call for his resignation. And then his own general, Henry Halleck, began to push as his commander to have him fired. He finally wrote President Lincoln and said, please fire him as a general. We've got to get rid of this guy. Lincoln refused to fire him and wrote one letter, one sentence back to Halleck. He said, I can't spare this man. He fights. For all his mistakes, he acts. He does something. So my question to you is, are you the person everyone's prepared to fight with? Are you the person? Will you be the person everyone fights? Will you be the Tom Brady that says, look, everybody else matters as much as I do. Let's make this thing work. Are you going to be more concerned about your blinker or the trailer with the family in it? Are you going to be a vacuum? All right. So let's go build our teams. Let's make it work because the people around us are succeeding because of our lives invested in them. All right. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, man, that was awesome. Wow. What do you say? Yeah. Well, man, have y'all enjoyed today so far? So we're kind of a home stretch now, and but Dan just man, that was a great word, and it's very timely. Okay, Jimbo, you ready? Yeah. So we got Jim Hass, and we got two 5-minute ideas. Lane, and then my neighbor's going to come up after Jim, and then I've got some closing comments, and so we're right on time, and everything's good. Y'all give Jim a hand. Come on, Jim. You've got this whole space to move in. We've got
All right. Now, I'll tell you what, Jill was giving that speech. It was almost like she was trying to bail me out with my wife. You know? I was going, keep talking. All right. You know, everybody, you know, they come to the office, you know, and then they find out I don't know nothing. So now they come to the office and they all go to Jackson to get stuff fixed. All right. Or if it's computer related, they go to Jackson. Or if it's any type of electronic, they go to Jackson. So yeah, y'all just gotta learn. So that's what I do. If you don't want to, if you don't want to get involved, I don't know. It's a good question. But my wife's a big part of our team, and I just she does so much behind the scenes of the deal. You know, I get the credit a lot of times, but she actually did a lot of the work. You know what I'm talking? Y'all give my wife a hand. Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I'm a little bit disappointed in the attendance today, right? And so we got to think, what did we do wrong to get so few people to such a good event? And I would think it would be promoting, right? I don't think we properly took the time to promote the deal. But we got a second chance, November, right? We're having another one, and we got to go home and we got to immediately start promoting it. So next time we have 3 times as much people here as now. And if you don't have 3 times to bring, you need to hire them between now and then and bring them, right? Because it has been a great event. I mean, every speaker, I mean, Lou, just phenomenal job. Dan, I mean, I hate to follow Dan, actually, right? But let's go back to promotion. You know, I have people, I tell people, listen, all the time, what you need to do is you need to promote me because I cannot promote myself, right? For example, let's say you got this $5 million security sale you want to get, right? And so if you really want to get it and you're planning on bringing that client to me to help you close the deal, all you got to do is promote me. The more you promote me, the more the client's going to listen, right? The more, and so it's all a credibility thing. It's just like, you know, a lot of people in here have 65 licenses and a lot of them don't. What's the best thing about a 65 license? Yeah, you can get residual income, but it's credibility. Because on your card, it says financial advisor. It doesn't say representative, right? And of course, it's also a 65 because that's the future, you know? And we were out at the Broadmoor, and this one speaker got up and he shared this with us. He said, you know, God put greatness in everybody. Okay. Folks, you're supposed to win. Everybody, he gave you everything you need to win. Okay. But you still got to be willing to change, and you still got to be coachable. Okay. And so I had already shared that with my team. I thought that was one of the best things I'd heard there. Everybody in this room, see, everybody's in this room. Nobody should make less than $25,000 a month. Nobody. Lane, he's got a part-time license with us. He's not an RVP. Last month he made $27,000, right? That's because he has a securities license. If he would not have a securities license, he'd probably made about $3,000. Okay, I mean, just a big difference. And the reason I'm talking about, I don't believe anyone can make it in this business long range without a securities license. Okay. I mean, what is this deal? What do we call? What's our theme? What's our by term and what? Best. Can you do it without a securities license? Some people think they can't pass the test. It's too tough. No, you can pass it. Marisol, a lady in our office, she passed the 663, and actually English was her second language. Okay. And she memorized that thing. I'm sure she just memorized it. Okay. And she passed them both. I'm proud of her, right? Folks, we got great things happening. It's just like my son finally decided to come to work, and last month he was, you know, the more money he makes, the more excited he gets, right? He got tired of being broke, right? And so he was the #1 senior rep in Louisiana. He made $2,400 in income. So you can't use the contract, right? A higher contract would have made more money, but he made more money than a lot of people that had a higher contract. You know, this month, what am I promoting? I'm promoting district, right? I mean, excuse me, division, because he got promoted to district. Okay. But if I don't promote it and constantly talk to him about it, probably not gonna happen. Right. But if I keep slapping him, he's the type that, hey man, he likes a little recognition. He acts like he don't, but he really does. Yeah. And that's the way a lot of people act, right? But I'm assured of one thing. If you're going to make it in this business, you got to be good at recruiting or prospecting or referrals. If you're not good at one of those, you're not going to make it in this business. Okay. So you need to master one of those, hopefully all three of those, right? Now, the reason I'm saying that, the reason they got me talking about securities is because I do a lot of securities, right? But I wouldn't do a lot of securities if I wasn't good at getting referrals. Okay, because I'd have nobody to talk to. Right? There would be no consistency. You know, when Dan gave his speech, what was the thing that just stood out all the way through his speech? What word did he use over and over and over? Consistently. Being consistent. He must have used that word in there 7 or 8 times. if you go back and listen to it. To win in this business, you got to be consistent. Only way you can have consistency is have people to see. So you got to either be good at referrals, good at prospecting, good at recruiting. And not just recruiting them, getting them out in the field. But let me get into the deal here. Right now, we're in a down market, right? Everybody agrees, we're in a down market. We're talking about the stock market, right? That's what we're supposed to be talking about, right? When's the best time to invest? When the market's down. Are you doing more investment business now or less investment business now? Everybody should be doing more, okay? But most people aren't. Okay? See, you owe it to your clients to take advantage of this market. I mean, you need to be talking to them, man. You listen, we got to find some, we got to get you involved in this market, before it goes back up. I mean, the market's down 20%. If you're not talking about, when does everybody want to invest? When the market's up, right? When it's doing good. Okay. When do you make all your money? When it's down. Okay. So, I mean, you got to get out there and you got to share the information. Let me give you a little order of things right here. Everybody, you need a Series 6, right? First license you get. In Mississippi, you need 63, right? Or you still can't do any business. Isn't that true? Okay. And then you need to get what license? Variable annuities license, right? You don't have to take a test. It's just you need the life license and you need the securities license just to apply for it, right? We had someone in the office, so they were going to sell an annuity and didn't have an annuities license. I ain't gonna mention no names, but I'm just telling you. Okay. And then you got to get your managed accounts license. So you can have the right business card. So you can have more credibility in the marketplace. Because then you can say, what? Oh, Edward Jones. Yeah, we do managed accounts, but we happen to have 12 managed accounts. And have you ever looked at Edward Jones's managed account? It's not really a managed account. It's more of a model portfolio because you see no movement in it. But then they charge the fee for a managed account. Who put that account together for them? They did. So they can make more money off of it, right? They can get every aspect of it. But if you ever see somebody's statement, it's an amazing thing. You don't see no movement because it's a model portfolio being sold as a managed account. How about Fisher? You ever see them advertised on TV? Most misleading thing you ever heard, right? I mean, it pisses me off when I listen to the commercial. They go, I bet y'all make more money than y'all sell high price commission stuff. No, we don't sell that. We're fiduciary. You understand? Everybody's fiduciary. Everybody. You're supposed to have the best interest. So that just means you got the best interest of the client, right? Okay. And then they say, what do y'all make? We make, and they don't sit there and say, we make money all the time. We make more money when our clients do better. It's just like they're acting like if their clients aren't doing well, they're not making any money. Okay? I think about suing them myself. All right. But and then what you got to do, you got to get a 26 license, right? So you can open your own base shop. Dave, in the olden days, when we got in that office, he had a map on the wall. And he had pins sticking in here. Okay. I don't know why he had the pins all over there at the beginning because you only had one office. Okay. But what you did, you want to take a pin and you put it where you wanted to open an office. That was expansion. And and you start thinking, well, I might have my own office. How fast can I get my own office? And I think probably a year later, I opened my own office. I moved a long ways though, like to Gulfport, from Gulfport to Gulfport. But when you go to RVP, you had to move to a different town, right? So I said, I had a lot of fun in Fat City. I kind of like that place. I think I'll go there, right? All right. Let me tell you one thing out before I get, I got a little slide I want to show you. There was a guy gave a speech, I don't remember which one of them, they may have put it on POL, they probably did. But he said his business changed, okay, overnight when he made a decision. In his decision, he refused to go out and do the wrong thing anymore. Like guy would come and say, listen, I want you to go on appointment to see this guy with me. Well, tell me about it. Well, he's 24. Was he married? No. You got a house? No. No kid? No. You got, what does he do? Oh, yeah, he's out of work. And he said, well, you just go on that appointment, right? In other words, he knew it was going to be failure, right? So you don't want to go out and participate in failure, right? And so the moral of the story, what we're trying to say is, folks, in order for, no matter how good you are, you got to be in the right market. Okay? And because it just doesn't work. The market's everything. Staying in the right market's everything. You know, if you want to go out and invest $2 million deals or $4 million deals, well, who's got the 2 million? Who's got the 4 million? The guy that's 62 years old that's fixing to retire. Folks, you need to go through your list, every client you got, every one of them that's 62 years or 63 years old, you need to make you a new list. Because there's something called an in-service distribution. They can roll that money over. When are you supposed to start protecting your money? Think about it. When are you supposed to start protecting your money? 3 to 5 years out, right? We got 5 minutes. All right, I got to move faster. We'll just skip that part. Hey, Tommy, just bring up the slides. It's behind me. Okay, let's go to the first sheet. Can everyone see that? There you go. Get out your way. Okay, now what this is an example of a 30 years of history, right? This is hypothetical. Scroll on down. The red is simply the portfolio and the blue is the S&P 500. Okay, so the portfolio outperformed the index in which it invested. But here's what I want to show you. I want you to look at these years. See the negatives? You see what happens after these negative years? Down 39, next year 34%. Right? So folks, what I'm telling you is the market comes back 100% of the time. Okay. You want to look like a hero, you need to get people invested now. Not when the market's up, but now. And I'll tell you what, another way for y'all to prospect is to do client revisitations, client reviews. And why do you want to do that? Because number one, you want to keep your client. You don't want to take and build up a guy from nothing, get him to about $200,000, and then old Edward Jones walks in and beats on his door, right? So you want to keep him as client. Plus, when do they want to see you? In the tough times. They don't want to see you in the good times, right? Then you got to think about another thing. What can happen when you go back to see this client? Well, you can get some referrals. Old 62-year-old has some 30-year-old kids running around, right? That you can do a financial plan for. Folks, and if you're not doing financial plans, you're not going to do a lot of investments. Because that's where a lot of the investments come from. Me and James, my son, we've been averaging 1 insurance sale per house, but we've been averaging 5 investment accounts. And it's all from doing the financial needs analysis. Let's say you're not good at doing the financial needs analysis, and it's a pain in the ass. And it is, because you got to collect all that data from them, right? And most time they don't have all that data. But if when it's all said and done, you got 5 investment accounts, you got a $250 a month term life app, you got 6 or 8 quality referrals, okay? They're in the right market. They're making a couple $100,000 a year. The more money people got, the more you got to work with. All right. So I'm just telling you, if you're not doing financial needs analysis, you need to be doing it. And You need to be out there using these hypotheticals to show them what happens after a down market. To show them why, man, if you're ever going to invest in your life, you need to invest now. And if you're pissed off about the market being down and you want to throw rocks at me, you need to frickin' get a rubber band and tie a little check around that rock. So when you throw it to, I can invest your money. You know, anyway, that was all my time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. Good, good stuff. Okay, we got our two 5-minute ideas, Mike Neighbors, Lane Fournier, and y'all can let them know what you're gonna share, you know, what you're gonna share. So, but these are both future RVPs, literally. I mean, we expect that to happen in short order. So, Lane, you want to go first, and then Mike, you just come up behind us? Come on, I'll give him a hand. And then Mike Neighbors.
All right, how y'all doing? Good afternoon. I was gonna say good morning, but I say good afternoon. Hey, listen, I want to first thank David and Jill for last night. It was great. David, I still have the Top Gun music in my head right now, you know, let's go, you know, so it was great. Holly, stand up. I said I wouldn't get emotional, but that's my beautiful wife. Thank you for coming. Anyway, what I want to talk about is your belief level. I mean, all what we heard today is great information. I've heard it over and over. I've been here for 30 years. Heard it over and over. But what's your belief level that you can go out and get appointments and really do what Primerica's meant for? I mean, Primerica's everything. What they do for families, and it's just, once you believe that, and I'm off the script, but I'm trying to get my 5 minutes in, but when I went to work with Jimmy believed that I could do this business, all right? Well, when I went see a coworker who didn't want me doing this business, and we went to his house, he said, Lane, you know, okay, I know I didn't want you doing this, but I need extra life insurance. When we wrote David in March, I believe of '92, he had $250,000 whole life policy. We put $750,000 of term. And when he got killed in August, it was a life changer for me. I was in, because I saw what we could do with the power of the pen, you know. And ever since then, I knew I would never quit this business. So what I want to tell you is that there's no special formula here. You have to believe in yourself that you can go out there and do it and change people's lives. And I want to read this little story because I went to the Broadmoor for the first time, my first trip. When I made my first $1,000 here, I knew I could make 20. When I made 20, I knew I could get 50,000, and I got the watch. And then I went over 100,000, I got the ring. My belief level was there. I knew I could do this business, okay? But listen to the story. And Jim Boland, did I say that right? He was at Primerica, and I actually missed the actual speech, but I went back because you can listen to it on POL. He talked about a 61-year-old potato farmer in Australia back in 1983, decided he wanted to run a race. So he went in, run the marathon in Australia that was 544 miles long. Think about it. Now he's a 61-year-old potato farmer showing up against all these young athletes with the Nike backing and all this stuff. And they laughed at him like, you're a spectator? No, you want to run the race? Who do you think you are? He just believed he could run the race, okay? So the point I'm making that you had to run 544 miles. They had the formula. If you ran for 18 hours and slept for 6, you could finish the race in 5 days. They all knew that formula, but Cliff Young, he didn't know that formula. So the first day when they first start the race and they take off, of course, you knew what happened. Cliff was the guy wearing boots. He was left way behind. But the next morning when they woke up, the other racers wanted to Where's Cliff Young? Well, he was like 5 miles ahead of him because he didn't stop and sleep. He just kept running. Okay, 5 days later, and they asked Cliff Young, what was your plan? He said, well, I'm just gonna keep running. And at the end of the race, after 5 days, he beat the fastest runner by 10 hours because he never stopped running. So his strategy, what Dan was talking about, he had a strategy that he put in place and he won the race. So they all asked him, how did you do it? He said, well, I grew up on a farm, poor as can be. He said, we have 2,000 acres, 2,000 sheep. Whenever a storm would come up, he said, I had to run after those sheep and get them all in the barns. So he said, I ran for 3 days without sleep. Well, 2 more days. You see, he didn't worry about if he had the Nike back, and he had his strategy and he did it. So you got to have your belief that you can do this business. And one thing I knew that I had is that I had a high level of integrity. People trusted me, and I was a likable guy. Okay. So when I went out to work, I never went to college, and I had all my college buddies in college. I didn't know this till 20, 30 years later that when I went to work, I was working with all these college graduates who were doing 8-to-5 jobs just like me. And I'm not knocking education, but it's not everything. Because I had a much higher level of work integrity than what they did, And I love Carlos Temple's mom. She always said, you can't get ahead staying in bed, So I think work ethic, trust, and just going out there and doing this business and learning will get you. And I think a lot of people fail because they don't want to get uncomfortable. Believe me, I'd rather be sitting back there in that chair and being comfortable than being up here talking because I'm uncomfortable, but I'm willing to get better at it and learn how to speak in front of people. So I think most people lose by settling and just because they don't want to get uncomfortable for a period of time. All right. And in this business, folks, I'm telling you, you have to put people's best interests first to get what you want. You really have to do what's best for your clients. You got to know your client and do what's best for them, and you'll get what you want. Okay. This ring represents $100,000, but you know how many families I touched and how many people I educated on my knucklehead friends coming from college that didn't want to do business with me. Now they sending me $1 million to invest. I did $3 million so far this year. And you know where that came from? A $60 life app from a very poor guy who had brother-in-laws working for big corporations retiring. And when I mentioned to him that term was better than whole life, his brother-in-law says, whoa, something's wrong with that. I want to talk to that guy because my guy's telling me to buy whole life. And, when I sat with him, we did $1 million, Jim and I. Then after that, he led me to another guy with $2 million. So you have to plow the field, you have to plant the seeds, and it starts coming back to you. And that's what's happening. It's just coming back to me. Listen, I feel like I got it because a lot of things y'all said today and talked about, I'm like, I had it in some notes, and I'm not going to go over everything, but I was like, I know I can do this business. I know I can get an RVP contract, and this is going to happen. I'm not a preacher guy, but look, the scripture says the power of the tongue can speak life or death. What are you going to speak? So I met this guy from Africa. I never met a person. I'm gonna end with this. I never met a person from Africa. So I said, like, what I know of Africa, like when you wake up in the morning, do you have to like run to your truck before that lion eats you? No. It's not like that. But look, in life, it's just like in Africa. If you're not up in the morning running, okay, the fastest gazelle, and I heard this many years ago, has to outrun the slowest lion, or you're gonna get get eaten that day. So I'm just telling you, go after it, do your best, and stay focused. It's discipline, and you'll get there. Thank you.
Man, I'm in a
a bad spot here, I can assure you. I'm gonna tell you, I feel like, feel like a stepchild or something, because everybody's done so well today, and I want to compliment David and Jill again for putting this on. The thing is, we have leadership, and our company is so based on faith, and that's the great thing about this, because we all need this, but Lou back there, I can remember, I used to come to the office down here when Lou was here, and I didn't know if Lou was having marital problems or what, because he'd walk out the door on the phone and he'd walk up down this thing. I think David had to resurface the parking lot after Lou left because he walked so much. But that kid has done a great job. He has done an outstanding job here. And then I told him this year at the convention, he went over the 100,000 mark. So did Dominic, he went over 300,000. But I see John here. I think John told me he'd been in the business 4 years. How many people have been in here less than 2 years? I know most of all y'all. I know David, his wife, and Coach back there. Doug, are your two guys been less than 2 years? Yeah, and Mark and his wife have just been in here a year or so. The thing is, I know a lot of times it's frustrating for new people to come in. I was telling John, I came in this business late in life. I'd owned several businesses, and one of my other clients said, Mike, this is something I think that work for you. You know a lot of people, I think you'll be good at this. And this guy was a client of mine in a previous business, and he was always doing these multi-level marketing deals. But he was one of my bigger clients in a business, and for $124, I said, I can do that, that's no big deal. So I started going to these op meetings, and they were talking about crusade and doing this, and I didn't know if I was in a church revival or what I was, so I kept on going. And of course, I finally got my insurance license, and I started really seeing the picture, and I said, I do everything these guys do, but at first I was afraid I couldn't teach or show this because I didn't have any degrees. My degree was actually in education, but I've never taught a day in my life. So anyway, when I got my license, I started seeing, just like Jimmy said, you got to get these security licenses, because you can't sell them the term insurance without investing the difference. And Dominique, everybody's got their security license in here. They can see the difference it makes in a family when you sit around and change people's lives. And I'm going to tell you about 3 stories that I've done in the last 3 months. This is about the whole life industry, okay? I had this client, matter of fact, they wanted to do some insurance, and I got to talking to them. And I was telling the lady, I said, what do you do? And she said, well, I'm looking at doing another job. And I said, I'd love for you to come into business and look at what I do. She said, really? Of course, after my presentation, she said, well, I love what you do. You sit there and explained everything that we never knew of. We didn't know how money worked. We didn't know anything about insurance, and they were buying insurance from me that day. So anyway, I said, let's do this. I said, if you're truly interested in this, why don't we go ahead and do your IBA first, and then you get credit for the sales, your own sale. So that would count towards your bonus package, okay? So we did that. She said, Mike, you need to talk to my boss. And this guy, he's 37 years old. He has like mail trucks. They run from Memphis to New Orleans, okay? I don't know how many he has, but he pays himself about $350,000 a year, gives his wife a couple of $100,000. He's 37 years old. Well, the Farm Bureau agent there has sold him $6.5 million on himself, $1 million on his wife, and $20,000 on each one of his children. Somebody take a guess of what they were paying per month. 6,500. They sold him on this new infinite banking deal. They told him in 20 years he would have 650,000. They didn't talk about the insurance. He visualized 650,000 in 20 years that he could take out and use for anything he wanted to, no taxes, no nothing. Well, I sat there and I said, well, I know you have all that. Let me see what I can do for you. But when I sat there and looked at it, I said, have you run the numbers on the 6,500 and the 650,000? He said, no, I didn't. I said, well, to me, you're paying $78,000 a year, For insurance, for 20 years, that looks like 1.6 million to me, pretty close. So you're putting in 1.6 million to get 650,000 in 20 years. Boy, he got livid at that. So I decided, I said, well, let's look and see what I can do for you. So I took the same 6.5 million and the 1 million on his wife and the stuff on his children. And what I did, it came out to 2,100. So now I took the difference. That was $4,400, okay? A month. That's a lot of money, Dominic. I'm here from New Orleans, Grand Pacific. That's a lot of money. But anyway, I took that now in 30 years, I calculated just a regular 9% rate of return, 8.3 million. I said, which would you rather have, the 8.3 million, or would you rather have the 650,000? So he immediately left. And he went to, I said, don't cancel it yet. Let's make sure we can get you issued. So we did that. And it took about, when you do a big one like that, it takes almost a couple of months to get it done. So anyway, after we got it done, he came back and we got everything fixed up. But here's another thing that we work on, and this is something that some of the people are just new in here. When you deliver a death policy, it really makes a change in people's lives. And that's what we're here for, is to make a difference in people's life every day. And in the last 3 months, I've delivered 2 death claims to kids, families that were 37 and 35. And that's pretty heartbreaking, okay? And one of them was a little more sad than the other, because this guy, his dad was a client of mine, his mother's a client of mine, and they had him on there. And he's been a client of mine for several years, the kid did. And he had 300,000. But his dad called me and he said, Mike, you think they're gonna pay this? And I said, yeah, we pay, no problem. Well, he didn't want to tell me what the death problem was. Well, it was a no deal. They found him in a van at a Rhodes Motel. And he said, do you think they're really gonna pay? We got all the stuff done. My client was in Memphis, Tennessee. So it was anyway up there. They do totally different from most states. You got to have all kind of paperwork. So they told me it's going to take 6 months. Well, I called a couple of people I knew and they got it through a little faster. But anyway, after we got the death certificate and everything, they had a check to him in less than 10 days. And it blew his mind. But now I'm meeting with the grandparents Monday to set up college funds and everything for those kids. So that's the difference that we made. The other person was 35 with 2 children, and he had 250,000. But the thing is, guys, it's not a business in the world that does what we do. I mean, I've been in a lot of business. Most of the businesses that I had were retail. And I think for the new people in here, I think the hardest thing for me was to call these people, because I was used to people coming into my businesses, doing business with me. Now I've got to ask for your business. Well, I was in the land and timber business for about 10 years. And you know, that wasn't too bad, because I called Dominic, you got 100 acres, I'll give you 200,000 for it. Well, yeah, that's good, I'll do that. You know, that was pretty easy. But to go and ask people for their business like we have to, you got to forget about your fear in this still, okay? You don't have to worry about that. Think about how you're changing their lives, because I don't care who you sit down with, you're going to learn something from somebody. And that's what I tell the people that come in. I said, don't be worried about trying to improve your presentation. I was reading some stats this week, and I don't remember the total numbers, but let's say 54% was like your relationship with people, okay? They like, just like Lane said, he's got a lot of credibility with the people where he lives. And I think most of us do, okay, because we have friends. But the thing is, building that reputation and building good credibility is your most important thing in this. You got to be committed to what we're doing. Then the last thing on the list was 2% of the people worry about how you can do your presentation. You know, that's amazing, because most people think, man, I got to have a good presentation so I can really impress these people and get the sale. Well, that's not what it's about. It's about the relationship you build with them and the trust that they have in you. And this thing, everybody in here, I'm sure that y'all have thought about quitting. I just heard Dominique's story that he was telling back there. I knew he worked for UPS, but I didn't know how Jimmy recruited him. But you know, the thing is, you just can never give up in this business. If you don't give up, you're gonna be successful. And our job is to totally make a difference in people's lives today. Because, I mean, this world's hurting. I mean, the thing is, everybody in here, you've probably already got your license or getting them. But you got to get those security licenses. Like Jimmy said, it's just so powerful. You feel like you've got a different game plan. You got more armor on. And when you go in to sit down with a person, you do the presentation, you go over the rule of 72. Well, what you doing that for? Because you can't do anything for it. So you got to get all the license to make sure that that works for you. So that's all I've got, guys. And I just, every one of you guys that spoke were fantastic today. And I told Dan, I have a granddaughter who lives down here. She and Sheila, which is Dan's granddaughter, play travel volleyball together. So this is the first time I've really got to meet him, and I'm hooked on his sermon every Sunday too. So y'all be careful going back home. Thank y'all.
All right, Mike. Man, appreciate you and Lane, and hey, just a few comments, okay, as we wrap up here. First of all, in your handout, you know, we put the promotion guidelines, okay? And there's a message there. Let's get to RVP and let's see how many RVPs we can promote. The other thing too, you know, I really feel like I'm excited about the next event, okay? This was our first one to do. Again, we did not promote this to the hierarchy, okay? This one we put on Zoom, and I think we've had about 30 different, like Phoenix, Arizona, I think CPAC's on there. But anyway, so we just promoted it to literally 28 RVPs, okay? Even know about it. A lot of them, like I said, are Ohio and all that. But the November one, which is November 10th, we'll get a slide out on it next week. It's the weekend of November 10, right? 10th and 11th, right? And we're gonna have it out at Livingston in the chapel. We've got you know, people coming in from out of town on this one. That one, we probably won't Zoom that. So it'll be a full in-person event. And then, but let me tell you, the key to this, okay, is to leave here and say, okay, what if I had not have shown up today, right? Either on Zoom or in person. And, you know, I always answer like, man, I'm so glad I came. I'm so glad that I got to hear this. Well, okay, 8 weeks, we do it again, right? So who are you going to bring? Where are you going to be? You know, what promotions are you going to accomplish in the next 2 months, right? And then how many people do you want to expose this to? Like that November weekend. So we're just going to duplicate this. I mean, we got some great things already kind of percolating now as far as lined up on that. The other thing, I did get Mike's one page. He has kind of a new one page. So we got that laminated. Since Llewellyn won't give us his slides, I at least wanted you to, no, I'm kidding. Okay, so, but hey, but Lou, if you will, this is my 5th time to ask. Nah, if you'll just email me the slide right then, I'll send it out to all of you, okay? So what they say, you know, a lot of times you don't make the sale till you ask 6 times or something like that. So, yeah. Okay, so I read this the other day. The guy said there's 2 keys to success, right? He said, number 1, be really good at what you do. And number 2, be well liked. Be well liked. If you do those 2 things, good things are going to happen. Be really good at what you do and be well liked. Okay, let me see. The other thing I did, well, listen to this. Jim Rohn, I read this, Jim Rohn, of course, he's passed away now, but he said a major step to human progress, one major step to human progress is the word discipline. He said, discipline is your ability to make yourself do the necessary things that will change it all. We have that ability to make ourselves do the necessary things, okay, that will change it all, that discipline. And we have to make ourselves do it. We've got to be our own toughest boss. I mean, that's the only way it's going to happen. The other thing is I gave you one of my, not only a goal sheet, right? So man, look, I challenge you, I mean, set some goals and then it's real simple. Then develop a strategy to do it. And I thought what Dan covered about strategy and all that was awesome. So your goal sheet, write it down. Okay. The other thing I gave you is you got to put structure in your life. I gave you one of my focus lists, right? And you know, what you do is every day, you know, the day before, like tonight, whatever, just, I mean, make copies of it and every day and just see how many things you can mark off. Just make a game out of it. And then the next day, do a new one, right? And so, man, you got to get structure. And this puts structure in your life. You know what I mean? Because when you're, okay, I got to do these, I'm going to like try to do 40 things tomorrow, right? You aren't going to do it all, right? And you may not do but 20 of them, right? Or have 20 total, okay? Okay, what else? Okay. Okay, 2 words, commitment and consistency, right? I read this the other day. If you don't have commitment, you never start. If you don't have consistency, you never finish. So those 2 words are rolling, you know, commitment and consistency. I know it's already been said. Okay, Steve Harvey, which Llewellyn reminds me of Steve Harvey. If he was like a foot taller and about 15 years older, right? He'd literally be Steve Harvey, right? I'm picking at you, Lou. Hey, but Steve Harvey says this. He said, don't worry about the people, don't worry about the people that God removes from your life. And he said, the reason is because God, he saw things you didn't see. He heard conversations you couldn't hear, and he made moves you wouldn't make. Right? So guys, look, a lot of people in your life ain't going to go where you're going, and that's okay, right? And so anyway, let's see what else. Okay, really one of the last things is, you know, I've got things I could talk about, but look, here's one thing I know. Man, you have got to get it to where you're doing at least 10 clients a month, you know, 10 clients a month. Hopefully a couple of recruits, you know, because again, once you start doing it, then that, like has been said, it gives you the confidence, right? But to me, I mean, I did 10 clients a month, part-time, you know, when I first got started. I mean, we used to have, I did like 60 term sales to go to district leader, right? That's what the guideline was at that time. So I did 10 a month on top of working full-time, going to school full-time. Jill and I just got married. To me, if you aren't doing 10 clients a month, to me, you're giving just lip service to this. I mean, you know, people say, well, I just had a bad month. No, you let it be a bad month by not taking action. And so anyway, okay, let's see what else. Okay, so the next event, okay, so again, the next event, you know, I'm thinking we should have, again, we're not doing Zoom. So I think we're probably going to have, you know, 150 people. Okay. And what you got to decide is how many of them are going to be with you, right? I remember you know, what you focus on expands, right? I remember, you know, getting to the point to where, you know, just like when you leave here, okay, everybody you talk to, you know, try to recruit or whatever, if they come to work with you, what you do is go ahead and sell it now. Say, Joe, look, I know you're coming in, we're gonna be getting your license, all that. But one thing I want you to do is put on your calendar the weekend of November 10, we're doing a road trip. And, you know, I want you to just go ahead and do it and make plans. If you promote it now and, you know, make that list. Okay, I got 5 people, I got 10 people. I remember the first time I got 20 people in the room. And what hit me was I was sitting there enjoying the event and learning a lot. But what really hit me was I said, man, this is me times 20. I got 20 people. I had like my own road, right? I got 20 people that are all getting it what I'm getting. And man, we took it to a whole different level. I mean, the power of these events, man. So we're going to focus on growing. You know, I love growing. You know, we're taking 28 RVPs. That's what we're going to focus on. And we're going to build another hierarchy, right? Like the Mike Landrums, like the Canadians, you know, and all that. So, hey, but we love and appreciate y'all. I'm telling you know, we're going to do the thing again at our house, I think, in November. We're going to have, instead of that crowd, we're going to have 150 of us, right? Well, we're going to use the courtyard, just pray for good weather. We got rain last night, so, but anyway, we love and appreciate y'all. Hope you have a great weekend. By the way, if you hadn't been to the office, you're welcome to go walk through it. You can see my little cubby hole back in the back through there. I could actually live in that office, right? I just need well, I could sleep on the couch, I guess. But anyway, love y'all. Y'all have a great weekend. Let's roll.